And we used to have groups of 1,000 participants coming for our training. And 1,000 people coming for that and the rest. And we also went ahead and subdivided the trainings into ones for contractors, the ones for workers and supervisors and all this. And so we have continued narrowing down the clusters, being specific, and also increasing the quality. Now, for us to, in the spirit of continuous improvement, you know, NCA is ISO certified. So one of the requirements is in ISO certification is continuous improvement. That will improve the way we do things. Today, if we are doing things in a given way, someone says if you do things the same way over and over, chances that your results will be better are very slim. And so in the interest of the spirit of continuous improvement, we get a chance to evaluate ourselves to see whether we are still in the faith or we diverted from the faith, as some of the industries continuously perfect themselves. I know from the presentations of yesterday, I know some presenters talked about in performance contracting, if your performance were at this particular level, then going forward, your performance should be able to improve. And how can this be attained? This can only be attained when you self-evaluate yourself. So this year, or this financial year, we engage somebody to help us to do an inside check to evaluate whether the activities in terms of training that's being conducted at NCA, where we provide a mirror or a gauge to assess the performance of our training programs. And so he took 3 months and he came up with a report. Now, looking at this presentation, we have a mandate contractors, steel construction workers, and construction site supervisors. Obviously, technology is coming in and it's affecting the way we do things. And also training is a need that we'll be able to undergo for the purpose of building capacity for our workers and even for then you may think you are very competent. For example, there are some people who learn how to construct based on what they saw. The grandparents who are the masters of that time construct. But then when they move from a given area from A to B, they continue doing things in the same way. We find that they could be deficient in areas that they are not knowledgeable in, unless somebody pinpoints out and says, indeed, you are deficient from A or from B. But that cannot gauge through an assessment. Training assessment is a method used to determine if training needs exist, and if so, what training is required to fill the gap. We're going to check whether indeed there is a need and how can we be able to improve even the way we disseminate that kind of training. And so we conduct a DNA, we have to assess, do we really have a need in the first instance? And which kind of a program is going to be tailor-made even to fill that kind of a gap. So that DNA was conducted and the results the findings of the same shall be
taking us through in a few years. The scope of the consultants covered the trade needs assessment for contractors, skilled construction workers, and construction service providers across the country.
These are the categories of people that we offer training to contractors, to the service providers and skilled workers. Very those conducted between September 2021 to December 2021. This is intended to see from the point from the world are the target population spread across the country.
Got a feedback from contractors, skilled construction workers, construction providers, developers, clients, and employers, accredited providers. These are the people who also provide training when you accredit the professional bodies, need accredited industry training institutions, construction industry regulator bodies, education research institutions, financials, and the county governments. These were the target population. Also, they met as the responses. A total of 432 respondents were interviewed. Successfully, out of which 43% were contractors, 29% were supervisors, and 28% were workers. Other key performers were as earlier highlighted. What was the research approach? This study was conducted with also qualitative research and quantitative research. Quantitative research data was gathered through computer-assisted telephone interviews, while qualitative data was gathered through in-depth interviews from key informants. Now, what were some of the key findings from this study based on the questions that were given to our people? One of the questions that was raised: how did you come to know about the trainings? And many of the people, the contractors, they said that they have participated in our training, and the workers also participated in training, the color red, green, and
also gave those numbers in the past 1 year. Have you had any training offered by the National Construction Authority? Yes, a good number of these respondents indeed say that they have participated in the training. And how do you come to know about the training offered by NCA? The respondents being the contractors, service providers, and the workers. Good junk, they say they go to the email. Others, the SMS, the bank SMS. Others, they say they approach the website. Others say that they were referred by a friend. And less than 0.1%, they say Twitter. I don't know how the guys in the room, they use Twitter. If you have 20 years before you retire, you might not be using Twitter. But if you are still got a number of years, I know you are on Twitter. And also some of the professors in the house, say for Professor Mike Maynard, and he used the notes. Some people happen to be occupied providers not in the house. The university might be in this way. It says, this gives you printed. Printed, I don't even know, 400 pages. And it's going to just erase. And I wish less than 1%. What was the reason for attending the training? One of the reasons for attending the training is to improve my skills. Basically, these guys will say they want to grow the skills by the workers. Mandatory requirements for my job, 10%. Renew my job card, 8%. Towards CPD points not a requirement for the workers, but for contractors it is. And so, here are some of the statistics we get from this survey. Now, because we're looking at the BTA, the training needs assessment analysis. We're looking at the needs of whether there is a need. A majority of the stakeholders interviewed in this research include the informal industry. Concurrence that skills and knowledge gaps exist, and there is a need for further training to close the gap. So the industry says indeed there is a need for training, and so there is a gap that has got to be filled through training. And
demand for training was estimated at 1 million training man days in a year, and it's projected to double in 5 years to 2 million training days. And so there is additional need for basic training for those who get into construction formally or through programs such as Kazi kwa Vijana. Kazi kwa Vijana, they somehow machinery in the industry, use of technology in project management, because maybe some of the former technologies that we've been having for some time, they are inefficient, and there is need for us to improve. And because of that, then there is need for us to be trained on, particularly the industry players like the contractors. Of most importance, contractors want to be trained in that area. Communication skills, you could be understanding something, but if you are not able to communicate, then it's as good as nothing. You're not going to be able to communicate what you know so much, but you will not be able to communicate to people. Project management, in terms of planning and time management, problem solving, organizational skills, budgeting, financial planning, and when looking at the various aspects of the solid or geotechnics and the needs for workers here, particularly for supervisors, they've been interested in aspects of plumbing, electrical, that's proper wiring, masonry, that's for both supervisors and workers, Safety on site is of importance of wearing safety gear, that is for workers. Interpretation of blueprints, that is for contractors and workers, and proper utilization of materials. Knowledge on measurements and making quotations. This really comes up many times, particularly to the new entrants in the construction industry. Different types of building materials and the importance. Basic construction processes. It's like everybody in the industry, particularly the workers, the contractors, the supervisors, they're all having this kind of a need. And how to identify maybe materials, whether they are of good quality or they meet the specifications for the industry. How do you identify, how do you select what meets specifications and what does not meet the specifications? That's one of the areas that the respondents want to be trained on. Training continued in terms of workers. Carpentry is key for them. Tiling is key for them. Painting is key for them. Installation AC units and mechanical ventilators is key for them. Installing advanced and modern lighting, water supply, and waste management was identified as one of the areas for the training purposes. We do some retrospect in terms of internal review, in terms of what is expected internally. There is need for maximum building capacity for trainers involved the training to improve on delivery and quality of content. So we have trainers whom we engage ourselves, and there is need for, according to the survey, that we have to build capacity in for them as they disseminate the training content. And then also there is the need for industry involvement in the training, that some of the consultants and manufacturers and also other industry players to be brought on board to also help in this aspect of training. And in terms of communication, from the data that we've gone through, bulk SMS was a most efficient way of informing the public about the training programs offered at the NCA. In terms of response, we find that most of the respondents say they appreciate the online training programs. We have had the online training programs courtesy of the COVID-19 challenge, and so they prefer the on-site trainings because of the various advantages that are there. The survey also says that during the trainings, I believe these are for workers, vernacular language should be used. Now, it means you've got to get guys from the various centers, from the various communities, so that they can be able to speak French if you come from French-speaking community. So maybe they find, like particularly the workers, if you come from a French-speaking community and the community around speaks French, they'll be able to understand the language better, and they'll appreciate you if you can speak French. Like if you speak English, which is the national language in that area. And so it's one of the recommendations that the instructors use languages that are very close to them. Apprenticeship program was also an area that the respondents believe that we should have apprenticeship programs rolled out to build capacity for experienced contractors who do not have formal training. Should be a way to get a feedback during our training programs so that can be able to endeavored to have both pre- and post-training surveys on all training programs offered, of which, after the analysis, then the trainees can be able to improve the mode of learning. Also, there is the aspect of linkages between the authority and the training institutions, so that you can see the gaps and how they can be able to partner and improve in building capacity for the industry, particularly the institutions that are doing so well in terms of training. If the authority can be able to benchmark with those institutions, then we can be able to improve. You only benchmark with whoever is doing better than you. You cannot benchmark with somebody who's not performing as good. Some challenges also, the survey identified some weak regulatory frameworks and enforcement regime for construction industry professionals leading to the activity of quacks, professional misconduct in many forms, and other unethical practices were also identified. Some archaic laws related to the professions, which are relevant to the changing industrial dynamics, education systems, technological advancements, and evolution. So some of the laws, according to the survey, there is need for them to be reviewed. Lack of capacity of the local contractors, making them incapable of competing with foreign-owned companies for major construction activities, both locally and regionally. So in any case, NCA comes in on board along those lines. The fragmented nature of the industry with regard to registration and regulation of contractors leading to inefficient monitoring of performance. With no capacity in terms of qualified professionals, counties have performed dismally in enforcing standards. It's no surprise, therefore, that buildings have been collapsing while under construction or after construction is completed and buildings occupied. Inadequate capacity to detect errant behavior in contractors by conducting frequent random surveys. So from this survey, it is important that such surveys are continuously done. And so also one of the challenges was highlighted through the surveys, lack of prosecutorial power, that also been highlighted as a weakness in NCA regulatory structure, but it's a matter of policy, and unless the NCA Act 20, I know this is under review and something is going to come up with. Now, what is the conclusion of this TNA? The survey was timely and necessary, for it has elicited insights on training needs required to make contractors, supervisors, and workers better placed and prepared in undertaking construction activities. Majority of stakeholders interviewed, including key informants in the industry, concur that skills and knowledge gaps exist, and there is need for training to close the gaps. And so there is one of our, the final one appreciates that NCA is doing a good work in terms of training and building capacity in the industry. Thank you very much. And that's the end of my presentation. We have a full document with us. If somebody wants a full document, can be able to access, and we shall be more than glad to share. Thank you again.
Thank you very much for that presentation on the training needs assessment survey, wherein important issues have been articulated, including the areas for training, including the challenges, recommendations, and of course a very good conclusion. These kind of surveys are important, but please ensure that they're implemented. It's one thing to carry out a training needs survey, and it's another one to implement the recommendations emanating therefrom. So I believe you are in a good position of following up and ensuring that the recommendations emanating from this training needs are implemented for the betterment of the construction industry. Thank you very much. I think that is good progress as far as the construction industry is concerned. So from here, we move on to our next agenda for the morning, and that one will be making a presentation on the effects of COVID-19 on the business resilience of contractors in Kenya. And I want now to invite our panelists to come and take their positions here on the front, on the podium. Today our panelists are Dr. Eden Oyaro, Professor Sylvester Maso, and Professor Alfred Omenya. Please come, take your positions here at the front so that you can be able to have this conversation on that particular subject, and the moderator we shall be David Koten from the Technical University of Kenya. So I welcome you to the front. Meanwhile, David Lagat, our architect from the National Construction Authority, you shall make your presentation before the moderator David Koten can take over to lead in the discussions of the morning. So our panelists, please take your positions at the front as we prepare ourselves for this particular presentation. And before David can come to the front, I will request that our panelists introduce yourselves. Introduce yourselves so that you say your name and your profession and probably institution, so that the members who are present can get to know you better.
Good morning.
I think it is working. Just press.
Professor David Koten of the Technical University of Kenya. I am the director of the School of Civil and Resource Engineering. I'm a structural engineer by profession. My area of specialization is construction materials, and I'm particularly interested in high performance concrete.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Dr. Eden Oyaro. I'm an architect by training. I teach in the Department of Architecture, the Faculty of Urban Environment at the University of Nairobi. My area of specialization is housing and urban design generally, issues urbanism. So I've been part and parcel of a number of these researches. I've given a bit of input, and so I'm conversant with what's happening here. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Professor Alfred Omenya. I'm an architect and an academic. I run an organization called EcoBuild Africa, and I'm also professor of University of Canberra, young professor. Previously, when technical universities mentioned, I get very excited. I was the founding dean of the School of Built Environment at the Technical University. I also taught with Mwalimu here at University of Nairobi, and also did a bit of work at Wits University. Today I'm actually quite excited because unbeknown to National Construction Authority, I led the research on the Office of the President
in the Office of the President for the post-COVID response in the construction sector, in a built environment, as the broader general COVID response in the Office of the President. I don't know why that study has not been made public, but quite excited to take part in this conversation. Good morning. My name is Sylvester M. Masu. I'm a consulate by profession. I'm a professor from the Technical University of Kenya. I specialize in quant surveying and construction management. I'm also a fellow member of AIK, fellow IQSK, fellow ICPM, and a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. I'm also a director of the School of Construction Property Studies at the Technical University. And before that, I was the director, School of Architecture and the Built Environment. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think participants, you now appreciate our panelists. Now we will straight go away to architect Lagat to go ahead and make that particular presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pana Kesora. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. I want to take us through a presentation on the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on the business resilience of contractors in Kenya. And as I do this, I want to start with a disclaimer that this is an highly summarized version of the study, and as such, most of the components of the study may not feature on the slides. Two, of course, this is the work of a team, and I want to acknowledge their contributions, more specifically the contributions of our professor who is not here today, that is Professor Mugwima Bernard. So, karibuni sana. So I'll be taking you through the introduction, the literature review, methodologies, some findings and discussions, and of course some conclusions and recommendations. To the introduction, I think at this point it's very important because this is a study on business resilience. It's good to start by operationalizing some of the terminologies that we've used in this particular study. One is business resilience, where we use this particular terminology to mean an organization's ability to quickly adapt to disruptions, and it doesn't stop there. It goes beyond disaster recovery by offering post-disaster strategies. So I think this terminology, it's good for us to grasp from the word go. Now I'll take you through some background. As we might all be very aware, and I'm also conscious of the fact that probably all of us in some way have been affected by this pandemic, the coronavirus disease. In January 30th, 2020, we are aware that the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 as a global emergency. I think this is a very important point in time. Likewise, on 11th of March 2020, WHO declared COVID-19 a pandemic, which means the effect of this disease had actually grown globally. On 13th March 2020, as a country, we had our CS in charge of health coming up to inform the country about the first detection within the boundaries of Kenya.
days later, of course, after that, you remember the two gentlemen who were seated to the first case that was identified were also identified as having been affected by COVID. And of course, what followed after that was very crucial for us and for this particular study. On 15th of March, same here, 2020, the president actually gave the first measures to try and mitigate the impact of this particular pandemic. And since then, the government has continued to announce bold measures to try and contain the spread of this disease. This has affected not only the construction industry, but all other associated or other sectors of the economy, from construction, labor markets, name them. And of course, these particular effects came on the platform of existing weaknesses and vulnerabilities, and particularly for the construction industry. Now, we also appreciate that almost all countries rely on each other for certain components that they require for the running of their economies. Of course, for us, we import quite a number of construction materials, and it was found it was just a matter of time before the impact could be felt. So I'll take you through the objectives of this study. It's unfortunate they are not clear from that slide, but the general objective was to investigate the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on business resilience of contractors in Kenya. The specific objectives, the first one was to establish the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on contractors' business. 2, to assess the factors that adversely affect contractors' business resilience. And 3, to formulate a framework for enhancing contractors' business resilience in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic and other similar occurrences. So, as a way of introducing us into the literature, if you look at the construction industry ecosystem, we have the construction workers, we have the professionals, we have contractors, we have suppliers. And then put all this on top of some of the measures which were declared by the government. Ban on gatherings, declaration of curfews, restriction of in-country travel, the work from home practices, and then allowing only a limited number of people to work in particular construction sites. I think we can all start feeling the impact. Of course, as an industry, it's very difficult to work remotely. And we are told that even before COVID-19 pandemic, 76.7% of employment in sub-Saharan Africa was already vulnerable. This is according to an ILO report of 2015. So when we went to our literature to try and study what are some of the factors that could explain the impact of COVID-19 on the construction industry performance, we came up with around 52 surrogates or factors. Of course, I've highlighted there around 23, which were which were the major ones. Things like high cost of materials, disruptions in cash flow, delays in payments, challenges in accessing credit facilities, and all the others, delays in deliveries, shortage of materials, interference by labor unions who are trying to protect their members, and many others. There were around 52 in number. Now, we tried to classify and looked at this in terms of around 5 components. One of them was supply chain disruptions, where it was clear to us that logistic firms across the world, actually across the globe, were experiencing delays in movement, storage, and commodities flow. We also looked at financial disruptions or interruptions, where we were able to know that delayed payments were for ongoing projects were actually an occurrence which were prevalent across board. There was suspension of some projects, there were serious cost overruns in some projects, delays in others, so it became a major component. We also studied the aspect of workforce disruption. Of course, when we say that we need to work remotely, work from home, that we can only allow 1/3 of the workforce to be present on site, it is a major issue. Fourth, we looked at government restrictions. Of course, government interest was to try and cushion the citizens from the effect of coronavirus disease. And in doing so, they introduced measures, and on top of the measures to curb movement and spread of the disease, there are also some actions which were aimed at protecting the citizens affected by the containment measures. So we looked at those as well. And then, of course, risk factors. You know, COVID-19 is an occurrence that had not been foreseen. And of course, there were so many risks associated with it. So we looked at that as well. In terms of aspects of business resilience, we were able to study this and identify what are some of the key aspects of business resilience. One of them was continuity, where we were asking ourselves, do we have alternative ways of doing things? We looked at rebalancing supply chain, where we were asking ourselves, do we have more than one source for the commodities that we use? We looked at diversification and innovation, where we were asking ourselves, do we have alternative ways of working? Of course, we are talking about working from home, but how does it apply to our industry? Do we have capabilities for artificial intelligence and its use? Then we looked at issues of financial management, of course the near cash management challenges associated with it, workforce management, and then productivity and profitability. I'll rush through some slides in the interest of time. So in terms of research design, we decided to take a cross-sectional survey design where our target population was around 912 contractors. Of course, I don't want to go into the details, the scientific details of how we sampled, but we ended up with a sample size of 300, which was spread across the country based on our regional offices, 14 regional offices as NCA. And then we further zoomed into only those contractors in the roads and building sector. So in terms of data collection, we carried out interviews to collect both qualitative and quantitative data. And I think it's important at this point to mention that we collected this data on month of March 2021. What was happening during this time? For those who remember, this was the time when we were experiencing the third wave of coronavirus, and there was actually a lockdown. So I think it's important to pick that. I don't want to go into the data analysis and presentations. Let's go into the findings. In terms of findings, we were able to get around 245 responses out of a target of 300, which gives us a response rate of around 81.6%, which to us was very good. Then, of course, a majority of the respondents were from Nairobi, 15.9%. 93% of them were male, 7 were female. But what caught my attention was the fact that out of the respondents whom we were able to get on sites, 20.9% were actually above 50 years of age. And you will even see in terms of experience when we move to the next slide. In terms of class of works, 7%, 7.53 were in the building works, 6% in the road works, and around 42% were both in the building and road works. Now, in terms of years of experience, the majority actually, that's 24.7%, had 4 to 7 years of experience. Now, if you look at some of this information, I'll just allude to two. In terms of level of education, of the people whom we were able to interview. I think this was one of those very first time when we got some very educated people as respondents in the industry. It's normally not very common, let me confess that. Those with diplomas accounted for 31.4%. Those with degrees accounted for 33.5%, yeah, which was quite significant, because that's the two alone constitute more than 60%. In terms of distribution per years of experience, this was another very interesting component. For those with 4 to 7 years of experience, there were 24.7%, which was actually the highest, followed by 8 to 11 years at 23%. But what caught our attention was the 20 years plus of experience, who constituted 19.8% of our respondents. Now, in terms of scientific analysis, of course, I don't want to go into the science of factor analysis on how we went about it. So I'll take us to the very factors, the 23 that we picked at the beginning. When we looked at the 23 factors, of course, we analyzed them using factor analysis method. We were able to rename some of the factors. For example, we realized, I'll mention a few, and we realize they fall into a very particular classification. Things like increased time in acquisition or delivery of materials, delay in delivery, unavailability of supplies, disruption of transport, cancellation of supplies. I'm just trying to pick a few. Unavailability of labor, delays in the acquisition of approval of permits. Most of these things relate to actually what we call at the beginning supply chain effects. So out of the 52 surrogates, most of them fell into that category of supply chain. There were others in the category of financial effects, workforce effects, things like labor strikes, interference by labor unions, disruption of recruitment processes, unavailability of outsourced labor and absenteeism. All these were actually falling into that category. And it's very interesting that the software, the SPSS, were able to pick these and cluster them as such. So, to the descriptive statistics, I'll also pick a few. I'll start with the second one, which is supply chain interruptions. Of course, these are things to do with disruption of movement of materials. Now, out of the people that we interviewed, disruption in cash flow was actually ranked the highest impact under the supply chain, with 93.88% saying they'd been affected in this way. If you look at financial interruptions, high cost of materials was cited as the highest financial effect on contractors, and it affected 98.78% of them. Of course, there were others, like 75% of contractors had incurred additional project costs. A majority, that 5%, had transferred burden of the additional cost to the clients. 77% of the contractors had incurred, of course, losses in their financial accounts, and they averaged around 30.81 of our respondents. Now, just to give us an idea, because I'll not go into all the details of this study. If you look at the slide before us, out of the respondents that we interviewed, 52% had their projects ongoing without much interruption. 32% said they had actually suspended works because of the effects of COVID-19. 16% indicated that they had terminated at least one project. And of course, if you look at the causes of additional cost of projects, which I alluded to earlier, the highest at 21.2% were related to cost of materials. Of course, there were others like transport costs at 15.9%, cost of PPEs, which was a new requirement, at 13.9%, cost of labor at 8.6%, reduced cash flows 1.7%, and all the others. So generally, financial interruptions at the highest mean value of 59.33, which means it had the highest adverse impact on contractors' businesses. Of course, followed by supply chain issues at 54%, and then the risk issues at 45%, the labor issues at 38%, and the others. So as I continue the descriptive statistics, this is on the state of construction projects. 90.3% of the respondents said they had at least one ongoing project. 68.1% say they had suspended at least one project, while 37% say they had terminated at least one project. So the details are there. If you look at workforce, 90.6% had stated that their businesses had been affected by decreased productivity, of course, with things related to layoffs. I don't want to get into the details. Government interventions, 87.7% had stated that reduced working hours negatively affected their businesses. In terms of business resilience, 38.7%, I know I'm projecting a lot of statistics, I'll soon be done with them. 38.7% indicated that they had actually had to go to innovative ways, of course at a minimum low level, to try and enhance their businesses. 21.6% indicated average use of innovative ways. But most important is the second point. 78.3% of the contractors had recorded very low profitability. 12% average, while 9% had actually a minimal 9% said the profits were good. I don't know, it would be very interesting to know why 9% were enjoying a lot of profits during this time. In terms of coping measures, survival measures adopted by contractors, there were several. 76% had decided to talk to their employees honestly and early enough about the state of their businesses. 60% had opted to redistribute the workload amongst the employees. 58% had adopted a cross-training of employees to be able to perform multiple duties, and of course this was coming at a price. It meant that they had to release some section of their workforce and retrain the remaining. 51.4% helped their employees to set some short-term goals. So the following strategies were highly rated by contractors in terms of enhancing their businesses. One of them was reestablishing the work programs, reassessing the risks, preparing of action plans, making sure the employees had insurance, planning supply chains to minimize disruptions, securing inventory of materials for business continuity, assessing the capacity for the resources they had, automation and others. So, in terms of conclusion, or as a way of concluding, the negative impacts of COVID manifested in a number of ways. Of course, with the highest having been the longer project execution periods, which was prompted by reduced workforce on construction sites. It also emerged that COVID-19 pandemic posed a major risk to businesses, and of course it led to unprecedented price of construction materials. Thirdly, it was found that certain government interventions, for example reduced working hours, though it was necessary, had extensive negative impacts on contractor businesses. So some of the recommendations that came from the study, we classify this into two because there are those recommendations that touch on government and there are those that touch on contractors themselves. On the part of government, actually this came from the respondents themselves. They felt that they needed some price regulations, standardization of cost of materials. This is reported as captured. Training of contractors, incentivizing production of local materials and technologies, providing financial support, use of technology and innovation, especially artificial intelligence, adoption of implementation of contractor business resilience, and many others. These are some of the few that we picked from the study. On the part of contractors, some of the recommendations that were coming out was that probably we needed to adopt the concept of risk planning, where businesses actually have what we call the business continuity plans to take care of unforeseen events. Two, there was also a proposal to use there was a proposal on lean manufacturing of construction products to supplement supply chain disruptions. There was another one on establishment of cash reserves to cushion contractors, of course, in terms of something like a bank that guarantees them some resources. Then sensitization of workers on precautions and safety issues. And finally, on this list, renegotiation. Because in many of the contracts, actually it was interesting. Most of the contractors were not aware of the force majeure clause and how to apply it. So I think it's something that came up that they needed to understand some of these things and renegotiate. So I think with that I've given basically an highlight, but like I said at the beginning, this is a very long study. There are many details within the main study. At this point, allow me to step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is David, Architect David. Tumempigia makofi, tumpatie tatu za nyayo. 1, 2, 3. Fungua. Asante. Those ones who are in the nyayo era at least appreciate where those ones are coming from. So that is the challenge we are having right now in the industry, the impacts of corona pandemic, and that's what we are going to discuss with our panelists this morning. But before I go there, we have our chairman of the board of directors. I want to appreciate the fact that he's with us today. Where is he seated? Chairman of the board, thank you very much. Just say hello. Thank you very much. Our members of the board of directors, some of them are here. Sagini, please, you can say jambo. Morning. Any other that I've left out? Thank you very much. Our panelists, today, in China, the coronavirus has hit the members of the public. In fact, I was listening to reports from the CNN, and they were saying that the big cities of Shanghai, they are on lockdown. And even the technical cities of Shenzhen, they are on lockdown. There is a resurgence of the coronavirus, and you know the impacts of this particular virus are deadly. And back home, the COVID measures have been lifted. Now people are walking around without masks, and it's like there seems to be a general relaxation towards the coronavirus pandemic. So I just want to hand it over to you, our moderator, David Koten, to take us through the bookends of discussing this particular virus and how it affects business continuity, particularly for our contractors. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. We'll start with the first question. We'll start with the first question, which I want to
give to Professor Masu. As the momentum continues to build in the industry, construction companies have engaged these strategies to rally for long-term successes. In your opinion, what are some of the proactive steps the construction industry can take to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic and other similar occurrences? Professor Masu.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Here we are looking at an industry where there is freedom to enter and there is freedom to live at the same time. It does not require, as for most of the members or the stakeholders or the people who are working there, any kind of very or highly specialized training. Here we are talking about both the workers, but when it comes to the contractor and the people who are supervising, possibly there you find that there is a bit of speciality, and we invoke or we go to what we call the business. Now for construction companies, you find that for them to survive, they will need to put in place measures which will take into account health and the safety issues in the industry. Now for this to happen, it means then the contractors or the firms, they should be able to employ or use or get the services of health, safety executives who will be able to run and manage issues to do with pandemics, issues to do with the work environment, and the issues to do with any other eventualities that might arise as a result of the employee not being able to comprehend what is required. So in this case, you find there will be a bit of help in mechanization of construction operations, so that you reduce the number of operatives on the site in case there's a lockdown. There's a question of trying to get most of the operations which are being done on the site to be done somewhere else at the factory, and then we bring these materials or components ready, complete to the site for assembly. Now that reduces the number of people who are working on the sites. And in case of a pandemic like this one, you find that what we were told to do when there was a lockdown, to release or to get about a third to the construction site, that will work. Now there is also the question of investment for these companies in equipment and the plant which are used on construction sites. There is also the need to use in the industry machines like robots, if we are able to acquire them, or if they are able to acquire them, and they can use them to again take away most of the labor which might be affected by that, and have minimum people on the site. There's a question of prefabrication of components and materials that just be delivered to the site when they are required. Now the other aspect is a question of diversification. We saw when there was COVID, the only businesses which were thriving were purely food kind of businesses or farming, and the people were allowed to go and bring in food. So contractors or farms, again, they may want to diversify in their businesses to alleviate some of these problems. Now also to mitigate some of these impacts, negative impacts, we can also get the government or companies organize themselves, that is the construction companies, and have a central pool of resources, so that when there is a layoff or a lockdown, you are able to continue to pay or maintain your staff or keep your staff, especially those who are trained, so that they don't go away. And when things open up, you are able to get them to come back. These are things which are essential for mitigating factors. And of course, the government can put in some, laws or regulations where contractors can have a bank or a pooled contributory kind of scheme where the workers, once there is no work continuity or whatever it is, they earn at least a living so that they don't go home and there is no work and no payment. And more so, those people who come, most of the time they are casuals. You know, you find this guy has come, he has been paid this money, there is no other money or no reserve. And those ones with the things like pensions, there should be a way of trying to, you know, use part of that pension to pay these people when there is no work or when there is nothing which is going on. At the same time, I would also think of kind of a material supermarket. A material supermarket, at least in every county, so that you don't have to go keep on crossing one district or one county which has already been put on a lockdown, and you are not able to go and get materials from there, but you can get materials if you have a supermarket from a county on the basis of account. And this has happened in Germany, where you find that you have got supermarkets for building components. You simply go and pick it, take it there, assemble it. And that becomes very, very easy. And also, you also avoid the issue of lockdowns where you cannot be able to to move from one point of the count or the country to another. And I think generally that is what it is, unless the other issues which will come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Masu. Professor Omenya will help us to answer the next question. In the face of an economic crisis, one of the recommended principles of resilience is innovation and diversification. As the construction sector grapples with the effects of COVID-19, what are some of the emerging technologies and innovations that can be or have been adopted to avert the effects of the crisis? Professor Omenya.
No, thank you, Prof. Hello? Yeah. Well, thank you, Prof, for that question. And of course, thanks to NCA for this research. I'm quite excited. I continue being excited. And today I'm even more excited because the person who was presenting the post-COVID was actually my master's student at the university. The science was solid. Now you know where that came from. only on a light note. Yes, we have the issues about these broader impacts for us in the construction industry, and I think the central question, even before we come to this bigger question, is that, why do we need this information? Why are we researching COVID in the first instance? And I want to propose it to members that actually one of the reasons why we are researching COVID is to actually pandemic proof our future construction, and then of course also deal with those risks that will likely happen in the future. So one of the things that a lot of people don't know generally is that Kenya's response to COVID has been considered to be one of the best globally, both from a medical perspective and government measures and so on. They've been found to be quite effective. And the COVID was because Kenya was way more involved than a lot of people know in Ebola response in Central Africa. And a lot of those protocols were employed almost immediately, even as the world was grappling with this pandemic. So, of course, to give credit to his due, I think our country has done very, very well, even better than some of the Western countries in terms of response to the COVID. Of course, there are also other impacts that were difficult to deal with. Yeah, but I just wanted to make those sort of opening remarks before getting into the details of the question. And that's the context that we're actually working in.
the question specifically, of course, was on on resilience and innovation. And I think Professor Mas is just reminding me what the question was, so that I don't make a political speech. Yes, at the core of our profession, we need to really modernize our profession. I think, and Professor Mas has spoken to that, quite elaborately. Kenya's construction industry is still largely artisanal. And I keep telling people that our industry, whether we like it or not, is dominated by, craftsmen and artists, not industrialists, and people who actually work at that level. If you see how we make our homes, our houses, even big, large story buildings, we actually make them brick by brick. We have this very labor-intensive molding of our buildings. Of course, we also end up creating extremely heavy buildings that have other consequences. But we have a very artisanal way of producing our buildings that, of course, was hit very hard, because immediately you remove people, then our industry just collapses. Yes, so we need to modernize our industry, not just because of COVID, but even beyond COVID. There's a conversation we've had with the State Department for Housing and Urban Development for some time, and even with the CS, that we need to start standardizing in our industry. We need to start having, all those typical plans that we are talking about, and basic standards and standards for, say, doors, windows, building components, even walls, slabs, and all those sort of things. Those are components that can be, a lot of components we use in our building can be manufactured off-site, instead of having a craftsman or some sort of an artist, recreate them every time you need to do your construction. And this is hitting us in other ways, because our quality is highly compromised when it comes to, of course, those of us who are in the field understand this. When you're making a window or windows for the same building, those guys can't make two windows that are the same. And it's just problematic. Of course, if you're going to take our construction industry to the next level and even play in that sort of export market, then of course we need to standardize. And if you're going to standardize, it means you have to get a lot more into manufacturing. We need to start adopting technologies. I mean, lean manufacturing has been suggested here. That has been around forever. Is not new technologies at all. There are also process type technologies, process and management type technologies and innovation. Again, how do we manage our projects? Again, it is very, very old. It's very, very archaic. The way instructions are given in the building industry, the way supervision is done, the way information is shared. I know there are people here, even in the era of WhatsApp, who still have to go physically and look at every single thing that's happening on site. Well, they can actually get that information daily. And we do actually have the technologies. Consultant meetings, now of course we have technologies and very basic that are used by primary school kids that we can actually use to conduct more meetings in our industry. So what is my point here? My point here is that we need to really interrogate how we build and modernize. This will not be a loss of jobs. It will just be a redistribution of jobs. A lot more people will be pushed to manufacturing and so on, and that has benefits. It has economic benefits, it has efficiency benefits in terms of timelines and the amount of time we spend on site for production and so on. It has benefits relating to COVID, as we're talking here, so that you don't really need to get all these human beings on the same site, doing things that can actually be done off-site, and you only need to get people on site who must then actually be on site, in terms of developing our building. And then, of course, we're talking about the software bits of it. How do you manage our projects? Again, that's one area that we have a lot of, technologies that already exist that are very cheap. Some of them are open source that can actually be used to manage projects. So again, you are avoiding, groups of people coming together to be able to do some very, very small projects. But my bigger contribution here really
is that we need to look at how we build. And there's a need to actually have that debate so that we can actually produce buildings quicker, we can produce them more efficiently, and we can produce them by having fewer people on site, but of course more people elsewhere. Some of these people will just be skilled, and eventually we'll end up with better buildings, that are done, at a very good budgets and within very short, periods of time. Yeah, it's about the resilience of our industry, learning from COVID, and then of course going into the future.
Thank you, Professor Omenya. Dr. Yara will help us to answer the next question. What role can the government play in enhancing business resilience in the construction sector? Are there any stimulus packages extended to professionals and contractors in the construction industry? Are there any regulations aimed at providing incentives in the construction industry? Those are the questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Kote. As I take the third question. Now, before I think I do that, I also wish to do a little bit of recapping, and I will just take about a minute. This research, what is the significance of this research? I think Professor Omenya has mentioned that. Specifically, the NCA went out to do a research on the effects of COVID on the construction industry. I think this is because that is really their mandate. Of course, we know that the effects of COVID were widespread. We know what happened, to us under this pandemic, and it's still going on. It's not yet over, as I think we've heard from Mr. Gesora on what's happening in China right now. Again, I don't know. We just pray that it doesn't, come this way. The thing was that really the NCA wanted to have an understanding of how contractors are coping, because this was very serious. People lost jobs, and we all know that construction slowed down in this country, either because of movement or because, again, people didn't want to invest money. If you might be dying tomorrow because of the pandemic, surely you don't want to start building. You stop building so that you wait and see if you survive. And a lot of us were saying, we hope we will survive this thing. And that's how it was. And I think all of us who saw what was happening in Italy and etc., you just knew that we are dead. But God was with us, and at least we survived, and we are here, most of us. Now to come to this question of, what is it that really the government should do, or what is it that the government actually did in light of this pandemic? Of course, there are a number of good things the government actually did, and I think, as Professor Omenya also has just mentioned, is that Kenya was lauded across the world as one of those countries that actually intervened in a very systematic way. For some reason, our government listened to scientists. For some reason, they did, and that was, I think, a great step. Now, if I may just come to some of the things that the government did that most, that to some level did assist our contractors and all of the other people within the manufacturing sector and essential services, was that at least people who are in essential services were allowed to travel across the country. Any contractor who had, could walk to the district commissioner, to the police, and they would actually get the certificate to work to move around the country. Contractors, for some reason, were allowed to go around the country to visit their projects and actually to continue working. And that is something that we have to laud our government for, because contractors moved around, and actually quite some of the even the workers were able to move around. And I think that was a plus, because the government realized that the construction industry is really the backbone of this economy, and we couldn't stop it. In fact, people supplying sand and materials in this country were actually moving. The trucks were moving around. They were never really stopped. And I think that was one aspect of government that we have to laud. I know the government of Kenya really doesn't have much capacity in terms of, offering a package, a stimulus package to contractors specifically. And they really didn't give much of that, despite the efforts that were done. But of course, we also have to appreciate, because we are not, from elsewhere. We are from this country, and we know that such packages could have been pretty difficult, given the financial standing of government, and let me not look like a civil servant, were a bit of a problem. Of course, this government and this country is not that very rich to do that. So we have to laud government for some of the interventions they did, and also to appreciate what are the shortcomings of our government and what are the strengths of our government. Now, let me just still come back to the issue of labor within the construction industry, and my colleagues have talked about mechanizing the construction industry, which is a very good thing. We mechanize it and reduce on, of course, once you mechanize, we improve on quality. But then generally in Kenya, we have got a challenge, and somehow this is the contradiction, is that we have got so much labor. The only problem with our labor is that it's not skilled. And we have a lot of people willing to work. In fact, when you're doing a road in the countryside, once you move from one clan to another, the only people you can go with are only skilled labor. If you try to move with unskilled labor, you create a crisis in the village. Because that village is saying, even as we have got sons and daughters who can actually do the manual work. Sasa wenu, they have to stop where the boundary of your clan gets to. I don't know whether you people, the contractors here know that, especially those who are doing roads. So as you move from one place to another, you got to change, continuously change the unskilled labor. What does that tell you? It tells you that we have got so much labor in this country, they may be unskilled, and once you mechanize the systems, then you start to create a problem again in this country, in that you precipitate much more joblessness. So what do we do? These are the challenges that we have to grapple with in Africa, where we have this, many people not having any capacity to do other things that actually gain full employment. So we got to juggle this. Remember when they introduced the machine for picking tea in Kericho, and you remember the wars that Court had with the government and with those industrialists, and asking them, look, how can you introduce this machine? So where are our people going? Our people must work to earn a living. So one of the issues that we have as a country, and that undermines any capacity, to rise out of problems, to be resilient, is actually poverty. How do we raise our people from poverty? Those of you who have been following the debates, there's the bottom up, there is the other things, and etc. I mean, all this is just talk about how do we at the end of the day make our people financially, how can our people be raised financially? How can people have money? How can people be able to do things? Because once we get to that level, then a lot of these issues of resilience would actually kind of get into place. And if we do that, of course, naturally then we also have a government that has a bit of money. So poverty is quite an issue, and I think this is beyond this study. And this is really a national, a socio-political issue that needs to be tackled by government and all of us, so that we can uplift everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yaro. With the next question, I want to get back to Professor Menya. Construction activities require workers to be present on site, exposing them not only to COVID-19, but also to a wide range of other safety and health concerns. While there are local labor laws that prioritize safety and health of employees, in light of the crisis, do you consider the laws adequate? How can the laws be improved? Professor Menya.
Yeah, thank you. Again, that question really is almost a redundant question. We know how health and safety measures are dealt with, not the provisions per se. And as he says, it is now a lot of our health and safety laws are under labor laws. It is more something to do with workman protection on site. And if you look at the construction sites, there is a list, there's a very basic list there that talks about safety boots, that talks about wearing of helmets, that talks about protective clothing and so on. But then again, how is that enforced? I think that is the one issue that is even more fundamental on our sites, because for all the years I've practiced as an architect, I've never really found people from labor coming to enforce that law. Only once, a long time ago, that I met labor officers when we were doing some project in Runda. What normally happens is that county government officials come to the site, and they come there to check the basic things, whether you have your site board and, whether you're building according to the approved plans and so on. And if they find that everything that you're doing is correct, then they quickly shift to, to health and safety issues. They become enforcers of labor laws. They come and say, fine, but your people, are they wearing helmets? And if they do, then they say, what about safety boots? And they have a general idea of what those things are. And you know where that is going. It's about, it's impossible to meet these requirements, so you might as well just pay us to give you protection. And that's how they enforced. They enforced as additional, money for the building inspectors, or the building supervisors. And but on a serious note, really, do we honestly expect the labor departments, the Ministry of Labor, to enforce these sort of regulations? I think is unreasonable. To get these guys on construction sites enforcing this. In fact, I think it's more realistic to get, building inspectors in the counties, enforcing these sort of things, including even some of those NEMA requirements and so on, as NCA, of course, enforces issues relating to the quality of construction. So we need to think realistically, especially in a multi-agency situation, who is best placed to enforce some of these regulations. And health and safety ones, in fact, is good, is being brought out. These are the ones that are really never enforced. They're never enforced. We already discussed them, like I've said, in a very anecdotal, high-level way and so on. And then you find that majority of the sites that do them, we do them for other reasons. We don't necessarily do them because it's a requirement and so on. You do them largely because of the nature of the project. Say like World Bank funded projects. You're saying we observe all the safety measures. We do the safety trainings. We have the safety protocols and so on. We have the guidelines clearly displayed on site for everybody to follow and so on. But having said that, these are some of the most important regulations on site, because they have to do with the lives of people directly. A lot of the normally bits of the structural things are dealt with, and a lot of the accidents that happen on site relate to this. From the most minor ones, people being poked by nails, or sometimes I was joking with some fellow on site that you must wear your helmet, because when I go up, I might just drop a brick on your head. And and it might expose things inside your head that we may not necessarily want people to know, but but more seriously, of course, you'll be dead. Yeah, so definitely these are areas that we need to really look at. COVID, of course, was quite interesting because a lot of the people who are working on site during COVID, and a lot of us went around and were doing quite a bit of work also, together with the care and so on. That a lot of the fellows who were working on those sites felt that they were invincible. So many were not even wearing masks, the basic COVID protocols and so on. They consider themselves to be these, stronger sort of human beings and so on. Forget about the conventional safety requirements that are expected on our sites. Yes, so definitely I think this is one thing as we're doing our and it's good we're looking at our regulations, and then we're looking at enforcement. It's something we need to think about going forward, and I really don't think that those guys from labor are the best placed in enforcing safety issues on our sites. I think those should actually be given to agencies that are normally on these sites, agencies that spend time on the sites. And now I can only think of two that are always, spending time on site, and that is the local authorities through the inspectorates and the NCA, that spend time on this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Menya.
Can I say something on that?
Okay, thank you, Professor Masu.
As he has clearly stated, I think we shifted the honors of that work from the Ministry of Labor, because there is what we call occupational safety and hazards. Okay? OSHA can be able to do that. There is that act which determines how you are going to go about it. But that duty is given to the contractor or the construction firm, such that they are the ones to implement it. It is not necessarily those bodies. For example, I did the University of Nairobi Towers, and the contractor was a foreign contractor. NEMA used to come to the site to enforce some of those things, because when it comes to dust, noise, working hours, all those, they were there. And sometimes they would, because our neighbor next door used to say, my guests cannot sleep because of the piling which was being done at night. This is a contract which was running for 24 hours. And there were shifts. Architects, 8-hour shifts. Engineers, 8-hour shifts. The clerk of works, the same thing. But they had to come in 3 shifts. 8 hours, the work was continuing non-stop. Now, this, when you have such an arrangement, work is being carried out at night, then you must have somebody responsible. And there are every meeting and every day there are reports of occurrences of anything that might have happened as a result of not complying. And there were those, the person who was in charge as the health safety executive to report both to the consultants and to his employer, because he's employed just to do that. So the laws as they are now, they are adequate. The problem we have is implementation, enforcing. And that's where we are saying the health safety executive should come on board, and that work should be done at the firm's level when there's a construction site, and they report to these other agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Masu. We'll ask you to continue with the next question. As compared to well-established firms, micro, small, and medium enterprises were extensively hit by the pandemic. What are the business continuity aspects that can be adopted by these firms to stay afloat during the COVID-19 pandemic and other future uncertainties?
Thank you for that question. Just like individuals, we have to set aside some money for a rainy day. These small farms, they may not have the capital, but within their carrying out of their business, they should be able to put aside some money such that when there is no work or when events like these ones occur, they are able to fall back on that and they keep them afloat. The next thing is for them to come together. Because they are small, they can come together in a group, form large companies, and they will be able now to take care of themselves, just like the big companies would try to survive the pandemics, because they are able to do that. Earlier on, I alleged to the idea or to the fact that we can have what we call contributed funding pools, where contractors or anybody who has problems as a result of not being able to secure work, you are able to continue, or you are able to pay your workers, or you are able to carry on with business, because you can be able to fall back on that funding. If this fund is going to be there, then it should be contributory, such that every farm, once you get a project, there's a certain amount or percentage of your money which you contribute to that farm, to that pool, so that sometimes you can come back, borrow, and eventually it will look like a construction firm's bank, where somebody can be able to say, fine, I'm going to look for some money because I'm not able to maintain my staff for this particular period or a period. The other aspect of that, just like the big farms, is to diversify. When I say that diversification is very, very key, even to us as professionals, we diversify. As lecturers and professors, we diversify. I just don't do teaching alone. I might be having some other, a farm, which is doing consultants. I might also be doing some other work, like developments, like an estate. You have to do all that for you to survive. Then I also have to look at what risks am I going to get myself into, and what kind of a business can I do best. Am I going to become a banker when actually I'm not properly trained to become a banker? Or am I going to become a Shylock when I cannot enforce, when I lend out money for the repayment? Again, there are risks there. And you'll be surprised, that's how some of these small little enterprise companies, you find that they are running a fleet of cars, car hire, whatever services, all this, because they know one day when there is no work, they have to fall on something. And they have to keep afloat, and they must remain in business. And I think the key word here is diversification, and also you look at the risks which are involved in the kind of, and the nature of work you are going to diversify into. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, Professor Masu. Those are very enlightening words about diversification. Dr.
For example, in the University of Nairobi, we moved on with a bit of challenges into online education, online teaching. Of course, with a bit of difficulty. Which really pioneered among Southern universities in the online teaching, because somehow we had a lot of capacity in that. It's shown that we needed more training to be able to take it. I remember the lecturer from the University of training. No, you have to train first of all the professors, so that they can teach. Students learn pretty quick how to get into the system, but that it was a little bit challenging. But what I want to say is that, the COVID has really brought out elements in ourselves that are very essential for takeoff as a country. Now we do know that you don't have to go and sit in class to be taught, that you can actually learn from home. Despite the difficulties that we have of connectivity across the country, to some level, there's been some level of success in the way in which online teaching has happened. But obviously there are certain courses that you are not able, you cannot be able to do online. For example, if you want to do experiments in a laboratory, you may not be able to do it online. If you are teaching engineering, some aspects of engineering, you must teach them face to face. Some aspects of architecture, you must actually teach them face to face. And you realize that a lot of institutions in this country, especially the TVETs, the universities that are practical courses, technical courses, actually did reopen. And because then there were few students, it was then possible to have social distancing and others, and education actually continued. So the disruption was there, but I think there was a level of management of that disruption that we can't say it was too much. But now we have learned, now we know better that this thing can be done. And I think going forward, it has opened up new avenues of doing things. And I think this was, I could say, a blessing. Yeah, in this case, it was a blessing. It's a terrible thing it happened, but also a blessing because it did give us the field towards some of our potentialities, which we can now utilize. In fact, I don't think people have site meetings online before. You couldn't tell someone to be sitting before a computer and not go to site in Zoom. Now, I think there's a lot of savings in universities, even in government, because now we are doing seminars. In fact, this forum is online right now, because we couldn't have everybody here. And I think there are certain advantages that COVID brought about that are going to open us up to the bigger, to the wider world. Yeah, so that we are able to be everywhere all the time and engage at that level. And I think this is quite something. So I feel like the pandemic and the way in which we are doing the things we are doing has made it possible for us and opened up space. And I think I want to stop at that. Thank you. Now all the panelists invite any of the remaining two if they have anything to add onto the topic. Professor Masu. Thank you very much. With respect to COVID and institutions, academic institutions, I think for practical purposes, if an institution is technically or technical oriented, I think the present type of learning is the best. But there are problems when it comes to examinations. To have an online examination is not an easy thing, because you don't know the guy who is sitting behind the so-called students and another guy here behind who is feeding him with information. Two, once you set that information, the students are also very, very creative. They download internet, or there was a guy behind him who was feeding him, and then because he's taking the examination from one side again, or from his house, or from the bedroom, we know whether he really is if you are testing or you are testing a group of people who are assisting him. So these are challenges. However, we should not relent in the effort related to the use of technology. We should try to see how, whether exams, when it comes to examination, people come to assemble physically so that they take the exam there under supervision. Okay, that is the comment I wanted to make. But in my university, we were teaching some of the theory subjects or units online. The other units are practical or face-to-face. But the examination was face-to-face, physically not to come there and to take the exam. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Masu. However, I know, Professor Manya, I'm coming to you. But I want to have focus on what we have before us. We have about the construction industry, not the academic teaching. So just focus there. What has academia contributed to the construction industry of this matter? Thank you. Well, thanks for the and that is exactly what I wanted to add to the debate. That and again to thank, I keep thanking NCA as our convener, because one of the things that's lacking in the industry is somebody to convene us, so you get to know what each and every group is doing. Again, when COVID started. There was an issue of how we deal with some of the challenges in the informal office. And one of the key issues for us was to get the ordinary person who was selling the small open air markets, back to business, because while supermarkets were open, the rest were actually not operational at all. And I must say that the first proposal we looked at came from, in fact, it came from Technical University, the same school, Professor Master's school, came with a proposal, a pretty radical proposal of turning our stadiums and live facilities into markets and providing them with temporary infrastructure, to be able to meet the requirements of the pandemic in terms of social distancing and also in terms of sanitation and so on. And the school went ahead and together with us went ahead and did quite a bit of development of what those models would be like and what the future open air markets would be like in terms of pandemic proofing. And I know part of the work went on to that. Unfortunately, what happened when it came to implementation, there was no good consensus. So the ministry, I think, went on their own way, and FCDO was trying to test the model in DC with the container market in Nairobi. And again, these are things that we need to try and find out exactly what happened and what sort of insights we would like to get out of that. I also know the NCA again. Together with quite a number of colleagues from the University of Nairobi, we worked with the post-COVID school, and I got involved in that work. And part of it again was saying, fine, how do we COVID-proof the school infrastructure, and what are the sort of issues we need to look at that again would make these particular classrooms to be very responsive to COVID and of course to pandemics in the future. And there are some thoughts around it, there are investigations and so on, and models were developed. These particular models again were taken over by State Department of Housing and Urban Development, and very, very interesting again that sometimes good ideas die because of the way we are organized as government. At some point we had to negotiate with the Ministry of Education, because the Ministry of Education said that there are some models, and when we saw those ones, there were blueprints from 1960s or 70s that had been copied several times and you could not even read, and they said those were the programs we're using. But the issue was that the funds were going to end up in the State Department as opposed to the Ministry. And I think that again frustrated that effort, but of course the effort was there, the studies were there, the models were there with the NCA and the State Department actually, and there's a report to that effect. Yes, I think one of the things that, moderator, with your permission, one of the things that I found very interesting during COVID was that in a way there was quite a lot of things that were happening between different agencies that typically we don't work together. So I think despite the fact that some of these were never realized, a lot of different agencies, universities, professional associations, government departments were reaching out, development partners and so on, and starting to create platforms through which we can actually work and collaborate. And I think this is something that we should carry forward post-COVID, because this is how our society should work. And this is the only way we'll be able to solve some of the challenges with our society. These are just the ones I got involved in. So I know that there must have been a lot more other things happening outside there. But as we're saying, since we don't have a platform or a convener that brings all these things together, we really have no idea what's happening. Even a lot of things the government did. And this is one of our challenges, that yes, we need to actually somehow figure out how to bring out all these wonderful initiatives that happened during COVID, that are getting to the shelves, but which we can actually leverage, to push our agenda in construction. Back to you, Chairman.
If you allow me, can I add something on what he said? I think Technical University of Kenya went ahead and opened their markets. We opened the markets and we partnered with your country. Your country did the fabrication and the university the design modules. And I believe Professor Mutache here is here. They were the originators of the idea, so that as we as a university we should contribute something towards the coffee to see what will happen. I'm also aware of other universities which also came up with respirators. I'm also aware of other universities or institutions which also try to do something, research towards this coffee, and all these are there. And it not only affects the society at large, but it also affects the industry, construction industry. And I think when it comes to getting questions or comments from the audience, Professor Mutache can be able to tell us something. What happened with the market which we designed? Because I also think we also designed mobile markets where you can come in with your bicycle, your market, or whatever it is, put your wares there, sell, back, and go away. Instead of having to go and buy a shop where you're going to find so many people, all that. All those things I just came, and I'm sure another something came up which bore a bicycle production somewhere to be done by the institution. So all these things were there, not that the institutions were asleep. Maybe we were lacking the capital, but ideas were coming so that we can be able to confront. And as people say, necessity is the mother of inventions. We were struck with something that we didn't expect. People are to see, instead of sitting idle, to start thinking, how do we get out of the problem? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Masu. We still have one last question, which I will ask Professor Menya to close for us. But while he's doing that, I would request, in the interest of time, that members of the audience who may have questions, if you could write them down and pass them over to us, we'll be able to save time. So while Professor Menya is answering the last question, please write down the question which you have, and we'll try to have it answered within the shortest time. Professor Menya, the last question. There have been major disruptions in the construction industry, supply chain, in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. What measures are construction companies adopting to rethink and transform their supply chain models? Thank you, Prof. And Moderator. I think, again, I'll answer this question by use of experience.
I think what is interesting with the construction industry supply chain and many other supply chains in the country is that the one that is functional and there are so many players and so many actors who pop in some add zero value to that chain. And then of course that affects eventually pricing and so on. But on the other hand, majority of the players in the sector themselves don't understand that supply chain. We just get hit by things. For example, now we are being hit by steel. And it is when people are starting to realize that actually steel has something to do with Ukraine. Some people were telling me that I want to make steel in Kenya. Why is Ukraine? I think there's a link with energy and so on. But you find that a lot of the players in the construction industry do not even understand how the supply chain in the construction industry works. And this applies on anything, everything, by the way. I mean, whether you look at your basic material that is spent, you ask someone that, okay, fine, for your major construction, which is the best place to get cement and the best way to get cement. Many don't know. Many are pioneering. So, literally every single material that you're using, a lot of people just, you say you go to the market and get it. But on the other hand, by understanding that supply chain, and then of course trying to make it efficient, eventually we'll end up with more cost-effective and more impactful construction sector. Supply chains currently, globally, is one of the areas where technologies are being developed at breathtaking speed. These were artificial intelligence being used via blockchain technologies and so on. People sit on their computers and they can analyze, literally every single material, where it's coming from, where it's going through and so on. People actually have virtual warehouses, where they actually go and buy. These are global warehouses where you go and purchase your different materials and so on and they deliver on time. But if you ask a big construction company in Kenya, what technology they're using for the supply chain management, or even if they do have supply chain management in the first instance, they don't have. And those things just end up making things very costly for us. And not just costly, making things very efficient for us. One of the things that we learned during COVID was, literally a lot of the imported materials, you're being told, sorry, the work will have to delay for 3 months because of travel restrictions and our tires were coming from Egypt or from India, and so on and so forth. And then you're asking this person, so did you know when they likely to come and so on? And the person still has no idea. But this is a point that yes, because as we learn our construction industry, we need to embrace technologies. And one of the things that is going to eventually help us in the construction industry is to have more efficient supply chains. And we're not going to, there are aspects of it that we have nothing to do with, but on the other hand, just ensuring that major players in the industry understand the chain and can use it efficiently. That's how we're going to remove, in fact, the construction industry has the biggest number of middlemen. These are people who are clogging the supply chain and adding zero value. They're adding zero value. And the reason why they continue doing that, so that you yourself, the contractor, you have no clue the actual price of stone, you have no clue the actual price of cement, you have no clue the actual price of steel. And the guy making money out of it is adding zero value. He's not processing anything. He's not transporting anything. So we need this one area really that we need to get into in a lot more detail, so that we create efficiencies in our industry, and then of course both from a management point of view and also from a pricing perspective. And the beauty is that technologies are there. There are endless technologies that are available on the market that are used for supply chain management, and that goes for bigger firms. Is important what we have a supply chain manager in a family, even if it's an additional role that you're giving to someone who exists there. Yeah, because eventually when something like this comes, we just ended up, COVID has created the biggest disruption for supply chain. Before we know it, there is a crazy fellow who has then decided to attack his neighbor. some little wars in Europe. And people didn't know the black meat. And this is an issue for us that a good supply chain manager will tell you that yes, I mean, we are sourcing from this area, we need to source from this other area because of the impacts that we're having, you know, in that other area. Otherwise, just remain helpless. Now, as we talk, Architect Lagat just shared with us here contracts that were in trouble. We are having new contracts getting in trouble again because of steel. Yes, there are contracts right here. Yeah, because where are you going to put a 20% variation? And cement, where are you going to put that variation? And you will accept it, and you already have all the contracts. And some of these can be sorted out to some degree, not always through supply chain, good supply chain management, and use of these particular technologies that are available in the market that manage supply. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Menya. We now open the discussion to the audience, and I understand that we have online audience, so we'll ask the master of ceremony or those who are managing the process to put together the questions from the audience and from the online audience. In the meantime, I would like to ask Professor Mochache to say something on these projects that have been mentioned on coping with COVID in the marketplace. So in the meantime, if we could get the questions written, and Professor Mochache give us something, say something while we are waiting for the questions to come in.
Good morning once again. I would have expected Professor Koteng to say something because he's a structural engineer for that project. But let me say something. The COVID period of 2020-2021 was a challenge indeed to the universities and to those of us who are in academia. Now, through the staff meetings, which mainly were online, and this started right from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Francis Aduol's office, the School of Architecture and Spatial Planning, and then the School of Construction Management, the School of Civil Engineering. We thought of how do we mobilize so that we can support some of the vulnerable groups that are not able. You see, in the supermarkets, those of us who can access the supermarkets were able to go and do our shopping, but the markets were closed. I know most of you don't know where Toy Market is. Toy Market was closed. The Gigomba Market was closed. So the vendors and the buyers, who are most of us, you know, most of us, 70%, if I check the jackets you are wearing, some of them are from Gigomba. So most of us were missing our merchandise, and we were missing especially food. So we came up with this group that had a collabo, let me use the language with the young people understand, a collaboration or a collabo with those in the informal sector, those who are the Juakari artisans. How do we make something which is acceptable, which you can space? You see here we can space the seats as we like, but this is not possible when you are having a kiosk which is rigidly fixed in a certain place, which has now been closed. So we came up with some designs which were done at the labs and the workshops. We have young architects and who worked on their computers from home and will come with designs which we will put together and dismantle every other day until we came up with what we thought were acceptable designs which can constitute a kiosk which is able to have some storage space, which is have some selling space, which is got a place for sanitizing the hands and so on. And we designed some kind of layouts which were prototype in the sense that you could place them. We had expected to put one at the city stadium. The other one was expected to be a city park market, which was closed at that time. The other one was supposed to be somewhere there is behind the meteorological, there is a field there. The one was supposed to be at Uchumi-Ngong Road to serve people of Kibera and so on. So, but the question was, where does the university get money to do these things? And through the State Department for Housing, we actually got a grant which was significant, not for the university, but for production of those prototype units. And I can tell you that Mr. Higa can do costing to the cent, and we costed those things. What Professor Masu as a good surveyor was costing was thrown out. We came up with some costing so that each kiosk was about 27,000 shillings. This is costed the cent, including the bolts. And because of the interest of the head of state, we actually had to display these kiosks at State House so that the head of state himself shake them and see, and you know it's not small, so that you can see that they work and so on. And he gave further support to another invention, which was now our added invention, that is to make them mobile. To make them mobile, I didn't know that to make a differential unit which enables the wheels to turn at different angles is something which takes time. The professors at the mechanical engineering came up with various innovations, and we tried to combine it with some innovation which was also going on at the Strathmore University. That is using the solar panels so that whoever is using this kiosk does not have to cycle it using his own energy, can also use a solar. So we combined this during that period. Now, where we are, to make it short, is that about 400 units that were done, they constitute the City Park Market. If you go to City Park Market, you would see that initiative in display. Kisumu were interested to have the same done, and we went and displayed the kiosks, but we have not logistically been able to produce the actual, but that is on the making. But right now, our team is working in collaboration with industry. We have surveyed India, we surveyed China, we surveyed South Africa for the production of these differential units, which would help us to start producing these markets in the form of mobile units as bicycles which are able to be wheeled. So that is a project which is going on, and the South B, the university has an old workshop which was there, which we have renovated, and is now, I will call it the state of the art for making collaborations with the Duakali to come and do the assemblies and the welding so that these kiosks can go to any part of the country. I think that's a project, and we are very grateful that, well, COVID was a serious thing because it took lives of some of our staff members, but we also know that it has changed the way the university handles things, and I think that has been discussed. So we, from now, I've been doing some work from here using the telephone. Initially, I only used to call and do WhatsApp. Now I can do a lot of work using telephony, and this we have learned during this COVID period, and I can tell you that the universe has moved a way up now. What we are now working on is to publish the work which we have done so far, and since NCA is here, I know money is going to come for the publication. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mochache. I have advised that we can suspend this session and maybe go for tea, and then we come back and answer questions for the audience. That's all I can say. I'll return control back to the master of ceremony to guide us on the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think our panelists deserve 4 kilograms.
Wapatie ya kilo 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you very much.
I think now we can break for tea. Immediately after tea, we will have a tea session for about 20 minutes. Then we come back. Today we want to finish early so that we can be able to continue with other aspects of nation building. We shall break for tea. The time now is 11:26. We can be back at 11:50 so that we can continue with the business of the day. When we come back, we shall have a presentation from Nakosti. Madam J. Omari will make that presentation. And then we will have another presentation on the portrayal of the National Construction Authority and the construction industry, which shall be made by Christopher Kahoya. Then we will have a plenary where we will take up all the issues that the plenary have to raise, including the one that we have discussed about the COVID-19, and then we will wrap up the session like that. So thank you very much. We will go for tea. Tea is served right outside there.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, publish because at least we got money from the process. Now we have some money from the president also to do the bicycles. So our team right now who are working on the designs. Then we do the copies here. Let's go this way. Then we will see whether we can. It is that year system, which was, we tried to make a lot of time in the workshop. Oh, you are not like me. Mine I have to stick on. Yeah, so. Let me get you my I'm a constructor. I have a lot of respect. I'll get you one. You guys stay tonight. You are okay. You are okay. This you have students.
Hata kitamba utachukua. Good, come. Let's go.
No, I'm just saying.
Major reason being, I think, compromise.
She
chache
ina actually imewekwa
iko wapi? Nataka kupata kitu ya wenyewe.
hapa nimeweka
Nilikuwa nafanyanga news lakini nashtukia kama September mpate na igoona ni kurekodi.
Something you go for as long as late. It's a different number. Mexico. I think it's Before we talk to you about
because it seems the ladies do most of the work. So quickly, some of the things that you know of: science, technology, and innovation are key drivers to both economic and social development. And for every national agenda, the science, technology, and innovation, ST&I, if I may use STI, are both catalysts. A catalyst speeds up, and they also give us a means of accelerating sustainable development. So for countries like Japan, we've heard of its story before: Japan, Korea, Singapore, and more recently China. They have used science, technology, and innovation to be where they are. So if we want to have a rapid economic transformation, we must embrace science, technology, and innovation. And even in the UN Agenda for 2030, which aims to transform the world, the Sustainable Development Goals are all pegged on science, technology, and innovation. I have that very busy picture there, but you know the 17 SDGs. If we have no poverty, no hunger, we are healthy, and we have quality education, and we have gender equality, then we can think about living in a very nice house, isn't it? So those very basic needs have to be met before we think of constructing a brick house or these other houses that are an indication of what decent work we do, because normally it's a reflection of how you live. But we also need affordable and clean energy. We need infrastructure. We have then sustainable cities and communities with all the others. Then we can think of climate action and all the other goals. So I just put that very busy slide there to remind you of what the Sustainable Development Goals are. So for purposes of science, technology, and innovation in Kenya, we have a definition that is in the Science, Technology, Innovation Act of 2013. Research, for our purposes then, is a systematic investigation into and study of materials and sources. I listened to the presentation in the morning and you had all the science in it. It is systematic because they had objectives. They told us what they wanted to do. They told us what the output was, and at the end of it, there were recommendations. Science, for purposes of this definition, therefore, is the creation of knowledge. I want to use a mobile phone here. Somebody thought they needed to communicate, and therefore they said our means of communication. If I take you back to the Nyayo era, I don't know how many of you in this room used those booths that we would have one or two in a university, and you had to queue to be able to wait. If you had reserved that booth for a call, an incoming call, nobody else would be allowed to be in that booth. But somebody else thought about an idea that we can carry that phone and go around with it. So the science there is the formation of that notion that we can carry that phone in the hand and still communicate with it. Then technology gave us the smartphone, that you can almost do everything that the computer could do on the desk. And when we have mobile banking, we are introducing an innovation, a business component onto our smartphone that is using the science that somebody created. So we start with one. You think about communicating. Somebody thought about adding more things into it to make it a smartphone. And when you move around with it and you are able to send money, then we have an innovation, a new way of doing things. So the new way of sending money, again, those of us from the Nyayo era used to send money using post office. What were those, what was the money transfer called that time? We were using what? A money order. Ikipotea, pesa imepotea. Very recently, we were able to send money using vehicles where you register, the money goes in an envelope. If that envelope got lost or there was an accident, God forbid, nagari, pesa inaenda. But now you don't even have to go up country to take your money. You just transfer, and you actually even tell people using this innovation called the smartphone that can you take a photo of the work you have done so that it is a basis to pay you. So you actually don't need to go all the way because we have a new way of using technology from the science. We, from the UN agenda, have something we call STISA, Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa, that ends in 2024. I want just to go to the priority areas. Hunger, disease, they added communication and wealth creation. Do those things sound familiar? Ending hunger, eradicating disease, preventing or wealth creation. Those were the things we in Kenya started in 1963. It is still what African agenda is at this time. But we have added on the wider African agenda the need to communicate and have intellectual mobility, and all these can only use science, technology, and innovation so that we address the needs of agriculture, we address the needs of the energy needs for all sectors, we address the environment needs, we address the health, infrastructure, mining, security, and water. That were identified by STISA, and sometimes as engineers, we just talk to ourselves and we don't know what the others want. But we are the ones who should be giving us a machine to make work easier in the agriculture sector so that we have value, isn't it? You are the people who should be telling us how to use the available road material in an area to stabilize it so that we reduce the quantity of potholes that will enable us get our products to the market. So we need to work with each other so that, for example, when we are addressing energy needs, we are not thinking of importing things that we have around. We have a lot of sunshine. Why don't we think about engineering and making things a little bit more affordable so that the energy is more affordable for the other sectors to be able to work? Coming back home, we know what Kenya Vision 2030 says. We want to be a newly industrializing, and it is industrializing. By 2030. I don't know what our report card reads by now because normally we are supposed to do midterm reviews and all those term reviews so that can we say we are closer to what the vision, the dream was than when we first started. However, we have key sectors that were identified, and one of them is science, technology, and innovation. I don't know how many of you remember those pillars that we have in the vision. There are 3 pillars. What are they? Any ideas? We have the social pillar, economic, and what is the base of the pillar? Any idea?
3 negative 2.
All those things rely on science, technology, and innovation. Because you must be able to give people food, you must be able to give them everything for you to have a stable environment in which to work. So most of the policies under these pillars are actually anchored on science, technology, and innovation. So we need, therefore, to develop in ourselves a culture of creativity so that when you have a smartphone, you can invent M-Pesa. We need a culture of innovativeness, a new way of doing things, and we need to have continuous learning. Amazingly, when we were doing the presentations in the morning, there was a sentence that I picked up from one of them that was saying lack of skills. If we don't have skills, what are we doing? Is it that we don't have inadequate skills, or we don't have the skills altogether and we are all engineers in the room? So continuous learning is something you must do to be able to tell the person whom you have contracted at your site that this is a better and easier way of doing things, and this is supported by the uptake of science, technology, and innovation and its use. So we regulate science, technology, and innovation from the Constitution that identifies the key need to adopt technologies. In 2013, we had the Science, Technology, and Innovation Act established and passed in Parliament, and we have 3 legal notices that we work with. We have legal notice number 106, 107, and 108. I'll take you briefly through a few. As its precursor, the National Council for Science and Technology. I'm not sure, these computers are not talking to each other. We could, the technology team, please. In 1977, the National Council for Science and Technology was established. So it's a very old institution. And national councils or commissions for science and technology exist in almost all countries around the world. So this was repealed in 2013 when the institution called NACOSTI, the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, a booklet that has the country's national priorities. I don't know whether you have ever seen the national research priorities for the country, for Kenya. Any idea that they exist? And your construction authority was there when we were setting the priorities. So fortunately, before COVID hit, NACOSTI being ST and in the ST and I sector, we had gone almost completely online. So for us, when people were struggling that we cannot access our workplaces, we were doing everything online. So I had traveled home and I was locked down there, but I worked for about 6 months from home. So science and technology is really good. When it comes and you are told migrate your systems, do you have ERP? Do you use ERP? ERP normally when it's introduced just sounds like a menace to most people, but you will know how efficient it is in collecting all the revenue that was disappearing and in making sure that everything that you need works. So I would encourage you to go to our website, nacosti.go.ke. Those research priorities are there. And because I mentioned NCA was there when we were making it, actually that's how I met the people that invited me here. We did use a criteria to identify the priorities, their potential impact in research, how they will address national needs and gaps, cost effectiveness and sustainability, and potential for multiplier effects. From your sector, because one of the big four was affordable housing, we said that the country needs to develop affordable housing programs covering all urban centers across the country, and we are supposed to develop affordable building materials and technologies. I'm reading this so that you hear there is something you should have been doing from 2018 that you probably were not aware you should be doing, and when you need to do, we are doing the review of this document, you will look back and find out what you should have done and score yourself. We were supposed to develop technologies for greening buildings and construction sector to make it climate smart. We were supposed to have responsive land use and urban planning, and we were supposed to have viable and innovative financing models. You were talking about a few minutes ago. This was one of the things you should have done so that in the COVID era, those financing models, if you were developed, could have assisted. And for manufacturing, you are supposed to give priority research that would lead to energy efficiency, effectiveness and diversification, effective quality assurance and standardization. Again, we were talking about we need to standardize. This was already in this document, so your standardized materials and standardized things that you were talking about were already there. Again, fabrication. I remember we were talking about fabrication here, that you need sites that are specialized in making materials and then you just go to the site and assemble. That was already a priority that you should have addressed. Then manufacturing of plant equipment, components and accessories, and efficient production of steel. Ukraine is at war. So what are we going to do? But again, we could go back to NCA and say we were supposed to be giving us efficient production of steel. So we set priorities in relation to the economic and social policies of government. We did that for the Big Four agenda. That is why we had that document. We advised the national and county governments on the policy, including what they need for general planning and assessment of the necessary financial resources. We register and accredit research institutions in Kenya, and we approve research in Kenya. I also wanted to think about whether that research I had being presented got a research permit. But we'll talk after this. We need to, we also try to assure relevance and quality of programs in research institutions. Sometimes the reason we approve research in Kenya is because of what we have gone through. Of the country. So, although it may come from a research institute, from individuals, or from the universities, when we realize that is what it is, we do not approve. For relevance and quality, we have a criteria against which we look at the proposals that we review, and also that I will show you in a short while what we do. We coordinate, monitor, and evaluate as appropriate activities related to research and technology. We promote and encourage the private sector to be involved. In our priority setting, actually, we did involve the private sector. We have codes, guidelines, and regulations that relate to the STI Act. I talked about those regulations 106, 7, and 8. And then we undertake, or course to be undertaken, regular inspections, monitoring, and evaluation. We implement that mandate. We have actually very many things that we are supposed to do. I gave you a few of them. So to implement this mandate, we register research institutions. We established research institutions, including Cambridge, Kirby, Cairo, it was Cariden, and a few others, including the National Biosafety Authority. And we do that when the stakeholders come and tell us we need an institution that will be able to carry out 1, 2, 3, 4. We are a secretariat, therefore we put stakeholders together and they tell us what we need in the country. We will discuss with stakeholders. We go through the procedure, do a bill and send it to Parliament, and then we get those institutions, the bills pass through an establishment. However, because of the changes that we had to re-register, even the ones we established. And they have a criteria that they use for application. Fortunately, everything is available on apostate.go.ke. So our registration requirements, your research clearance requirements, the accreditation for research institutes is also available there. We now accredit institutional, scientific, and ethics review committees. This is because for a very long time, some of our development partners would come and do research here, and they ignore the regulations under which they would do them where they come from. For example, you cannot carry out research without treating the subjects that you are using ethically. For example, you cannot bring a vaccine and try it on a Kenyan without following the ethical requirements that you would use in your country of origin. And this went on for a while. Those from University of Nairobi know the story with the Majengo ladies, where University of Nairobi scientists were involved, but when it came to publications, their names were not there. And part of the reasons we are doing ethical research or we require ethical review was some of these things that went on, particularly in the health sector. I know you do a lot of engineering, but it's good to learn and hear what happens elsewhere. There were cases where the blacks in the US would be given diseases and they were counting how many humans are dying. and it is not ethical to do that. So currently, all those proposals that come to us for review must have an ethical clearance. Either from the university where you are registered or from an ethics review board that is recognized by NACOSTI, because we have the National Ethics Review Committee. So that has to be accredited for us, for us to do the clearance for you. So we'll issue you with a permit or license for you to carry out research, and we will go out and monitor whether there is compliance. But we also build capacity where it is requested for. I want just to give you a few of the provisions of the licensing of research that we do. You are not allowed to undertake research in Kenya without obtaining a license. And section 12, subsection 1 does not apply I am giving just a few of the cases. You will get a license once you apply. We evaluate. We are satisfied that it is beneficial. It will not adversely affect nature, the environment, and security. Then we give you a license in a prescribed form. Again, fortunately, those of you who had applied for licenses earlier, we were initially located at Utalii House, but we are now off Waiyaki Way. You knew that you had to come and get the physical permit from us. Currently, you upload your proposal, we review online, and you print your research permit. That is how science, technology, and innovation we had gone by the time COVID started. So you don't need to come and visit us for your permit to be issued. So that license is under the seal of the Commission. It indicates the commencement and expiry date, but you can apply for an extension as long as you write to us and say why you could not complete, and then you give us a progress report. So we have regulations, some of which I have talked about, but it is an offense to access, handle, transact, transfer, or move technology or materials for scientific research into and from Kenya without a license. And if you contravene, a fine not exceeding 5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 4 years or both. So, this material may be confiscated if we find out that you've contravened that section, and you may not be allowed to continue with research as yourself. But we work with a number of other acts, a few of which we have listed in that presentation. The Industrial Property Act, scientific documentation library that has quite a lot of information on what research has gone on. We accredit both institutions and institutional ethics review committees in regulations that are published under legal notice number 107. This may not be very relevant to you, but they apply. We review, visit the institution, and give them the authority to review and issue that license. So we also have accredited a number of licenses under this, about 32 in total. I will quickly go over some of those other functions. I don't know whether your institutions have signed PC. The current PC requires that you comply with a section that has ST&I now. And the purpose of that is we want to find out what is the infrastructure existing in Kenya. It is for your own good that you are honest when you do that information. We want to strengthen the infrastructure at ministries, departments, and agencies, that is the MDS. And we want to promote sharing so that we reduce duplication, so that we know what is existing in our institutions. And probably from there, then we can establish centers of excellence that can be used for incubation, manufacturing, and establish science parks. In addition, we will be able, from the information that we get from you, to create innovation hubs, to mainstream STI at county levels in their development plans, and possibly with the time, because we will know what exists where, to have regional hubs or blocks, and to have mechanisms that will integrate micro, small, and medium enterprises for the country's development. So, how do we use STI in construction? A lot of these you have heard in the presentations. I want to emphasize that with big data, which is where the world is going, with the Internet of Things, with that makes it really exciting where construction is going. So we can predict what will happen with statistics. We can forecast what will happen. We are going to machine learning, artificial intelligence and performance management, and we can simulate what will happen. So trend analysis, which is where the construction industry is headed, will rely heavily on STI. These robots and drones can help us do aerial photography and videography. They can help us find out where there is a fire in the building to be able to help. We can do security and surveillance. We can deliver. I loved what Rwanda was doing during the pandemic. They were using drones to take medicines to people. So when you are locked, science will still help. And for you to do your geophysical and natural survey, so that then you can sit down and use those smart applications in the office and continue with your construction and architectural work. So I have indicated that predictive analytics will predict based on past data. In digital twinning, you don't have to visit the site. So you have something that looks like what is on the ground, you know what is going on, and we can deliver more efficiently and in an affordable way construction. So the team on the ground and in the twin that you have, in the virtual representation of what you are constructing, when you reduce field visits, what is the cost of a site visit? A minimum of 10,000. But if I am sitting in the office and we can get that data, that reduces the cost of construction by close to 30%. We can use STI in building information. By using robotics. If you have sensors on the ground in a construction site, you can be able to improve on resource management so that somebody does not carry your material. If they move with them, you can see. We can mitigate, we can be able to have mitigation of safety risks and identify maintenance needs even of the equipment you have on the ground. And if we have robots making and laying bricks or laying bricks at 200 bricks per hour, don't you think that will make the building much faster? And that is a cost cutting. So industrialized construction may be the way to go, so that the production of project components that we were talking about shifts offsite, and we have better quality control, less waste and lower costs. So that is the twinning, where you have that site and a similar one, and you don't have to move from one place to the other. That robot has a very beautiful building that is coming up, isn't it? Instead of us laying the mortar and brick, you can do that. This interlocking brick seems not to have been adopted in Kenya. It's a cost and time cutting thing. I was in a forum recently where we were talking about not excavating black bottom soil, and you can make those pillars, you know better. The greening of buildings that we expected to be in the national research priorities, we have a lot of green buildings coming up, so that reduces the need for lighting and saves on energy. And you can move structures from what they were a few years back, make them a little bit more modern so that this is one of the things that if I went back to school, I would love to be who you are. But I would love to be a person who renovates buildings for others. And a few issues, I have them here. Available materials. Why can't we make those mud structures have some plaster on the outside? And they're warm, isn't it? Don't they still look as good as they are? Why would somebody from a place like Ahero with a lot of material that can make bricks be carrying stone from Kidowa to go and build? The engineers are here. Why don't we adopt the affordable and available local materials to make what we have more durable and presentable? Why don't we use available tools so we make the machines that we can import using our reverse engineering and everything else, make things more affordable and inputs more usable. So our roofing, our tiling, our construction, our water collection can be made more affordable using science. We have issues of capacity and access. I built my house and finished. The person coming to do my plumbing works destroys quite a bit. What can we do using science and technology? Or how do you adjust the current building that goes on so that we work with each other than increasing the cost? And then we have attitudes. We have also very high costs. If you give me a very high fee, I will look for a way of bypassing that. And we have a very high cost of approval. We see that from the cost end as a case of research, science, and technology priority setting. Unfortunately, since 2018, if you don't even know their national research priorities, we need to talk to each other more. We have a few institutional reforms that were proposed in this document. Formation of councils, working together as sectors that need each other, establishing working groups, yourselves, the people that work on land, the people that do urban planning or rural planning, so that we don't convert like we've done in Kiambu. Land that was having beautiful coffee estates has now turned into brick and mortar. And we can do better than that. So we need advisory research committees. We have established some of these. We need IP. Maybe you should develop more of these to be registered so that it's a source of income. And we are now in the PC so that we can report on the STI activities. In conclusion, we have an increased awareness of science, technology, and innovation. And there is willingness on institutions, both research, universities, and partners to follow the law, and the inclusion of science, technology activities in the performance contract framework has assisted. But I hope that from the presentation you see that we need ST and I everywhere. It will make your work easier, more effective, more efficient, and it will solve. We don't know whether this new COVID wave will put us into lockdown again. Those of you who don't know where our headquarters are, that is what the building it looks like, off Wayaki Way. And you may need to visit us at one point or another to register or to get a research license. I have a dream to do that kind of building when we get out of the Nyayo era, because that's where I came from, and that dream is still valid. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
to those very wide claps. Let's give us some systematic 3 claps. Nyayo moja, mbili, tatu, unga. Asante sana, madam. You've given that very illuminating presentation on acoustic, and now we know better. Actually, that performance criteria for STI cut across all MBAs, and there is a must that you have to implement it. So you better start getting knowing acoustic better, because you can't get away with it. So at this time, I want to welcome us another presentation. I think we're still within time. We shall try to hasten a little bit, but be to the point. Christopher Kahoya is going to give us a presentation on media control of the NCA and the construction industry in Kenya. I think Chris is there, and I would request our panelists to come up front, so that the moment Chris finishes his presentation, our panelists can immediately enter into discussion on the issues that have been raised for today. Our panelists today are Dr. Jen Thuo, please come up front, Dr. Silas Oriaso, and Professor Jason Wachache. They will be moderated by Professor Joel Nyambuga, and so it's my request that they come up front so that we can commence the presentation for today. Meanwhile, I'll hand over to Chris, so that Chris can tell us what the media is thinking about the NCA and what the media is thinking about the construction industry in general. So karibuni, our panelists, you can take your seats as Chris prepares to make that presentation. Thank you very much. I think as Chris is putting up the presentation, I will request that the mic be passed over to our panelists. Then they can introduce themselves. They'll tell us who they are, where they've come from, what they do in this life, so that we can get to know them better. Yeah, thank you. So, you're welcome to start.
All right, good afternoon. My name is George Nyabuga, currently an associate professor at the University of Nairobi, where I teach media and journalism. Currently on sabbatical though, and I'm working at the Graduate School of Media and Communications at the Aga Khan University. So the Aga Khan University has a media school. And this demonstrates, of course, the growth of the media industry and the interest in media and journalism studies. Prior to joining academia, where I've been for the last maybe 23 or so years, I taught in the UK, media and cultural studies at the University of Worcester and Coventry University, where I did my PhD many years ago. I also worked as a journalist, my last position being a managing editor at the Standard Group. I was in charge of the weekend papers and media convergence because of the different platforms that the group has. So I'm going to be moderating today's or this session, and let me invite my colleagues to introduce themselves, perhaps starting with Jane Thuo, because we've had Professor Muchache here yesterday.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Come again. So thank you so much, Prof. he also happens to be my colleague at the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication at the University of Nairobi. That's where I am a lecturer. And prior to that, actually I haven't been in academics for long like him. Probably I'm about 7 years old. Before that I was in the industry, but in the civil society sector. I was the executive director of the Association of Media Women in Kenya for many years, and also worked for other organizations, AMREF and the like. So currently, apart from teaching, I'm also doing consultancy. I heard we need to diversify. So yeah, I'm diversifying. So I'm consulting for some World Bank funded project and also working with the government. So that's me in a snapshot. Thank you.
And Professor Muchacha.
Maybe hello. Yeah, I have already introduced myself previously. One thing, I've never been to school to study is media, but I read a lot, and therefore I am an architect by profession and a planner. And I've been a lecturer for a long time, actually. I taught in Nairobi University, and then I went into development management all over Africa. So I have, one thing I know about media is that all the work I did in development management, I always looked for the media to come and blow it up, and they look for important people to be with the media so that the work can be accepted in the communities. So I know quite a lot about the media then. And right now I teach at the Technical University of Kenya, and I'm the chair of the School of Architecture and Spatial Planning. So I am here humbly joining the media personnel to discuss this subject. Thank you.
Sorry for that. So I'm just going to take you through the study on the media portrayal of the National Construction Authority and the construction industry in Kenya. I think the period in time is the 2019-2020 financial year. Just as a sort of a background, the National Construction Authority engages consultants who do the media monitoring for every financial.
Literature review, the research methodology, the results and findings, conclusions and recommendations. So just a snap of the background of it is that the media is very critical in passing out the information gathered from the various stakeholders and various activities happening in the industries. They do this to shape the public opinions, to educate, to inform, and act as an industry watchdog, not only for the construction industry, but broadly in the entire economy, because they provide that platform. They are at least capturing the information that is relevant to the construction industry and informing the various stakeholders. So this also, the background of it is that the challenges also in the construction industry, with the advancement in the construction industries, it becomes very important to pass this information to the various stakeholders for their various uses. So the problem statement is that in recent years, the Kenya construction sector has come under heavy scrutiny due to many challenges. This has been ranged from the collapsing building, the unethical practices and poor planning, with much of the blending apportioned to the lack of coordination in the construction industry. So as an authority, that is our key mandate, coordination of the construction industry and the development of the construction industry in the country. So it becomes very critical. So the industry is seen as tedious, dirty, and technical, non-professional. I think it has been flagged by earlier presenters. The issue of those people are not qualified being part of the process in the construction industry. The hazardous nature, the cyclical, and the associated with the difficult working conditions which have come out even in the earlier presentation. So despite now the increased media space and the emergence of new media platforms, there is still insufficient research material on the role of the media in the construction industry in creating awareness, shaping public opinion, and acting as an industry watchdog. So I'll just go through the objective of this study. The aim of the study was to analyze the media portrayal of the construction industry in Kenya. That is the aim. The objective one was to identify the prevalent themes in the media regarding the construction industry in Kenya. Objective two was to analyze the tonality of statements of the media content regarding the construction industry in Kenya. Number three objective is to examine the prominence the media gives to the construction industry in Kenya. Number four is to compare the portrayal of the construction industry in Kenya in the print, electronic, and digital media. Number five is to explore the publicized views of the experts and the various stakeholders on the construction industry in Kenya and the NCA. Number six is to examine the media portrayal of the other institutions in the construction industry. Go to the literature review. The news media coverage of the development project is very critical, whether in newspapers, magazines, online, or television in general. So we have to go through the rate of our research, of course, looking at the literature review, what has been written about this area by other scholars and other publications. We were able to go through that and to appreciate what has already been done so that it informs this study. So we have the conceptual framework. We looked at, under the theoretical, we looked at some theories, the agenda setting theory, we have looked at the framing theory, we have the cybernetic theory, which we looked at, and that is when we look at the conceptual framework of this study on the media portfolio. We have there the various variables, exploratory variables, independent variables, and the intervening variables that inform this study. I'm not going to go through the details. I think the details are in the main report. You can be able to appreciate that. This informed us in shaping this study up to conclusion. So I like the research methodology, of which the research design was a case study research design. The case in the study is the construction industry in Kenya as a whole, with the NCA of Kenya as a leading institution in the industry as the sub-case. Those was the focus on that. Then data collection. The data collected was over the 1 year financial year 2019-2020 as recorded by the media consultant who was content analysis was done with the aid of a software program in vivo for qualitative data analysis. Then additionally, our software program was also used in dealing with the quantitative analysis. Okay, sorry for that. Additionally, the art software program was also used where quantitative analysis was found necessary in this study, as you'll see in the research findings. We have to check the validity and reliability also of the research. Findings of this study. The emerging themes in the construction industry for that year as covered by the various media. One of it was, I'll go through is, which was picked was the issue of the affordable housing agenda, the construction safety, the project types, the regulation, demolition for development, new construction activities, urban planning, ethical and legal issues, court cases and disputes, contractors, building failure and construction costs and financing. So if you go through that graph, I think at the top of that, what was picked mostly about the construction industry was the new construction. Socio-economic impact, the affordable housing agenda of the Kenya government, you have the water projects, construction costs and financing, court cases and disputes in the construction industry, you have the issue of contractors, the issue of local versus foreign, you have the ethical and legal issues, you have the energy projects, you have building failures, you have the issues of land acquisition and compensation, demolitions for development, urban planning and regulation. So we are looking at the issue of the portrayal of the construction industry and also now the NCA. So I go to what was portrayed about the National Construction Authority. I think the matters which were picked was the issue of the collapse of buildings and the ethical issues, the registration, compliance and quality assurance, research, training and capacity building. So in the order of that, what came out prominently about, stated by the National Construction Authority, number one, was the collapse of buildings and the ethical issues. That was number one. And then in that, next was the registration. Third was compliance and quality assurance. Fourth was research. Fifth was training and capacity building. So I think that I'm interested in with the theme, the objective of where we are to establish the themes in the construction industry and the National Construction Authority. We got another objective where the issue was establishing the sentiments for the construction industry, the perception whether they were, what was covered, was it positive, was it negative, or was it neutral? So about the construction industry may not be very visible, but the negative is like the first case on the digital media. The negative was 8%, the neutral 63%, and then the positive was 34%. So in that order, I think what came out was that a lot of the information is, the bulk of it is neutral information, but we also have now the negative and also the positive, depending on what was reported. So about now also the National Construction Authority, whether what was reported was negative, neutral or positive. In the big now the example of the print, what the negative was just minimal at 2.5%, the neutral was 80%, and then the positive was 17%. So if probably you will try maybe another measure, you check the positive and the negative, I think positive about NCA is much more than the negative about the NCA. We have a lot of information, I think, which is neutral, mostly basically to inform the sector and the other stakeholders in the industry, for the purposes of informing the other what is happening in the construction industry. Okay, we look at another area, another objective was to establish now the prominence. And we found out that most of the media content of both NCA and the construction industry in general is covered in the inner pages of the print media. And only 6% of the content appeared on the first 3 pages of the newspapers and magazines in Kenya. Well, in the media, very critical. You see now, if something is covered on the headline of the Nation or the Standard, I think it gets more prominent than when it is covered in the inside the inner pages of that. Also, the back page is more bright. So we found out that this, for us, I think only 6% of the content appeared on the first 3 pages of the newspapers and the magazines. So we also wanted to establish the issue from the information which was gathered, to establish, depending on the day of the week, on the gathering of the information about the construction industry. And the graph may not be very clear, but it was established that the bulk of the information about the construction industry, and also now looking at also the size here, it looks at the number of mentions and also the size. The orange color is about the mentions, and also now the blue color is about the size of the information on that. So you can look at it and find that the longest bar, I think it is on Tuesday and Thursday, and also to a greater extent also on Friday. But now in the weekend, I think the size of the information about the construction industry reduces. And so I think that is, need to establish this is very important, because if like now the authority or another stakeholder in the construction industry, they want to pass information to the stakeholders, from now you can choose the appropriate days of the week in which now to pass that information to the stakeholders. Now you look at also now the issue of the prominence of the National Construction Authority for the day of the week. Looking at the mentions is still is it orange color? Maybe wrong. It's orange color. Then also blue now is about the size. If you look at this, something very interesting is that alongside the construction industry, the weekday, there are quite a lot of the mentions, but Thursday looks like is the day when probably now the mention about the NCA comes out much more than any other day. Not really, I think, on Tuesday, that is, the mention of NCA is on Tuesday, that is a lot of mention about the NCA, the bulk of it. But now on Sunday, the size about what is called about the NCA that year, on Sunday, the size of the volume of the information covered about NCA, I think that was the highest, the Sundays for that year, financial year, 2019-2020. So, in this, the construction industry, we also have other key stakeholders who gave views of the experts' views. And this includes the professionals, the builders, the government officers, international and local agencies also gave information about the construction industry and the NCA. So there are identified some institutions in the construction industry where they are covering the information about the construction industry. These are the key players in the construction industry. We have the Architectural Association of Kenya, we have the Engineers Board of Kenya, so Energy and Petroleum Authority, Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Kenya National Highway Authority, Kenya Roads Authority, Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Pipeline, Kenya Roads Board, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, National Environmental Management Authority, and the National Housing Corporation. Go to the conclusions and recommendations. So the identified things point to areas in which the NCA should pay unwavering attention in this mandate to the industry, deliver quality services in its regulatory capacity building and advisory function in the construction industry, because this information is very important because it will inform the planning process in the media strategy for the National Construction Authority. So I'll go through the recommendations. So there's need for a media toolkit covering all the issues identified periodically and proactively, coupled with press releases, press conferences, breakfast meetings with media, journalists and editors, and media tours and visits of NCA offices and sites. Number two, a club of construction industry journalists to raise the industry media interaction with the public, especially in sensitive matters such as building failures, in order to increase publication of the NCA programs and performance of the NCA functions. Number three is to boost the media access to information on the construction industry and free and proactive sharing of the information in order to reflect transparency and accountability. So improvement of the media. Fourth is the improvement of the media engagement policy and practice. Improvement of the media engagement policy and practice as outlined in number 1, 2, and 3 above. That issue of the proactive engagement in the media is very critical to improve the harmony and accuracy of the media portrayal, not only for the NCA but for the construction industry as a whole. So the NCA policy and research attention on matters of security and safety in the construction industry process is very critical in building up the image of the authority. The matters of the collapse of which is negative news where we appear, I think that can go a long way because there's a lot more good things which happen which needs to be reported. And last is the issue of the engaging the strategic partnering and collaboration with other entities in the sector to enhance the media engagement for the improvement of the media portrayal of the construction industry and NCA. So that is the end. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chris. Do not sit down. I want to read for you something. And that something goes like this. When Jesus came to the region of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, "Who do people say the Son of Man?" They replied, "Some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, still others Jeremiah or one of the prophets. But what about you?" he asked. "Who do you say I am?" Simon Peter answered, "You are the Messiah, the Son of the living God." So who do people say, what do people say about NCA? What do people say about the construction industry? It's the same question that we are grappling with today. But that, how do others see you from their own perception? So please take your seat there. Read one of the panelists. So that we can answer those questions. The moderator.
Thank you very much, Christopher, for that presentation. I think Christopher had indicated that he wanted to be excused from the panel, but he finds worthwhile to sit up here and contribute so that he can respond to questions related particularly to the research. But let me say that I'm excited to be among professionals here. Not only because I'm interested in housing, quality housing particularly, not just any kind of housing, but quality housing. As I said earlier, that I work at the University, which is just next to the Hospital, and I've started to engage with technologies such as health architecture. And that is the role architecture plays actually in people's well-being, mental or health well-being, particularly such buildings as the Agakan apparently have, contribute to people's health. And perhaps for some of you that are interested, of course, in African architecture, health architecture, you realize that the Agakan is very passionate about architecture, and there's an award for architecture. But also, and this is perhaps contributes to some of the questions that we're going to be dealing with today, and an issue that arose when we're looking at the report, which is the Big Four agenda. And if you look at the period during which this research was conducted, a lot of the media content actually focused on the Big Four agenda, and especially housing, infrastructure, and such matters. And one of the questions that we always ask ourselves is, are the conclusions not going to be skewed, especially because the media and the Jubilee government and President Kenyatta's government kept, of course, emphasizing on the need for housing and the need for quality infrastructure. But also I'm excited because of the kind of multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research that I've seen here, research that should be consumed by everybody. But as we know that such research is of course conducted sometimes kept to the archives, and it doesn't benefit as many people as it ought to benefit. This is largely because maybe the media does not pick it up, or because the media does not deeply understand the issues as they are contained in the research. And sometimes you can see those tensions between the experts, between the professionals of the media and journalists on one hand, mainly because professionals sometimes don't come forward to participate in the development of media content. And this is an issue that we will try and interrogate also. But also, let me just point out something that arose yesterday, and this is something that I picked from Professor Menya's argument that what we rely on now is voodoo science, that there's dearth of research for some reason. I don't know whether that is really true given the amount of research that is conducted at the university, and I'm sure Professor Muchacha has done a lot of research, perhaps because it doesn't find itself to the papers or to the media so that it gains some sort of traction. But from the research, it's very clear, of course, that the media shapes opinion, informs, educates, advocates for various causes, and perhaps this is based on the fact that they frame issues in particular ways. Whether, so, when we're looking at, for example, recent reports, and especially the ones on social media, on the living, building in Nairobi, we see that there's a lot of interesting content, only that it generates negative feelings. And when we look at the report, this is about public perception of the construction industry, and that public perception sometimes is very negative based on what we see and what we learn. And it's rather paradoxical to some extent when I actually looked at some of the names on the board. I don't know whether anybody noticed. The architect is called Petacon, so I picked the word con. and the engineers are called stable engineers, but clearly they're not very stable. The client is called maintain, such stuff sometimes are picked by the media, and some sort of sensationalized, but the way it's framed is based on the fact that maybe this is what disparate audiences are interested in, and consequently this is perhaps what the media would focus on. And as part of setting the stage, let me ask the journalists on this panel, what do you think is the problem? Why is that the media is obsessed with negativity when we see a lot of, for example, beautiful infrastructure like the expressway? Why is it that people would rather privilege negative content at the expense of the positive content? What is the problem with the media?
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. And let me say that on the concept that I was really excited to be part of this study, because I know it contributes to what we always talk about, in the classes or in lectures, about capacity building of the industry and the linkages thereof. And so this is a good initiative, and I hope it will go on in terms of not just one of research that was 2019-2020, hope that it's also ongoing. And it sets a very good platform for further discussion like we are having this afternoon. And I want to believe beyond this, it will also be a study that will be used to engage even the industry further, like we discussed when we were doing the study somewhere in Kisumu with the authority. And so to go back to Prof's question, I mean, the reality and the truth about how media covers issues, we know that it's guided by this principle that when a dog bites a man, that's not news. When a man bites a dog, that's what makes news. And so unfortunately, well, because issues of strategy make us sound always very, they sell for the media, they sell. And again, these are issues that touch on the even ordinary person. And so definitely they will get a lot of coverage because of course it brings to fore issues of safety, lives lost, quality of the constructions, and this always brings a lot of discussion. One of the things I also say is that there is a way that these issues are also covered superficially, and therefore the coverage comes, in a moment. A tragedy has happened. The living house of Kimoro, that it appears on the, on our faces, whether it's on print or broadcast for a day or two, and then it disappears. And so the bigger question probably is why there is no in-depth coverage by the media to interrogate the real issues behind the problem, not the real problem behind the problem, let me say that. And so probably this is where we need to look at how do we partner with the media so that beyond just covering the strategy, is there more to the story? Is there more to the story? Where do you link with the journalists, with the industry to understand maybe some of the intricacies behind, the poor construction, and you can only get that information if there is some form of relationship with the industry. Let me rest at that.
All right, Jen, I'll come back to you later on a follow-up question. But let me just give this opportunity to Professor Muchachi. And the question that comes to mind is that I did some research a few years back on looking at research and technology and health matters. And one of the key findings is that oftentimes professionals do not want to talk to the media because they fear being misquoted or being misrepresented, and particularly when they come from certain positions. How do you think professionals like yourself can work with the media to ensure that such important matters as construction infrastructure are advanced within the media, that there is a deeper understanding of the challenges but also the opportunities within the construction industry, given prominence and given some, in-depth coverage?
Thank you very much, Professor. First of all, allow me to widen the scope, what I understand the scope of the media to be, because it's gone beyond the newspaper, it's gone beyond the radio and the television. The media is now, in my understanding, the www, the World Wide Web of information that is moving around about everything. Now, the question as to why professionals, and I want to include clients for who the professionals work for, are not keen or very outgoing in terms of allowing the media to cover their work, could be one of the reasons why the media covers what is negative. I want to say so because we who are in training, for example, every year or every semester have very good work coming out of our young professionals who we are teaching or training. And this work ends up in our shelves because there is no openness of institutions to publicity. And I want to tell you that this is a reality because in my 15 years in one of the international institutions, there's one thing which we learned when we were trained about media at the institution. The training was basically, not each one of you is allowed to speak to the media except the president or the vice president of this institution. And I learned that the reason was because the media would say what they want, not what you say. So, is it possible that our media or those who are doing the blogging, the bloggers, who I think some of you understand, the young people understand what bloggers do. They take a subject and they write it and they send it around the world in the way they have understood it. And there is a possibility then, Chair, that when we do a project, of course as human beings we have successes and failures. We have successes because we have designed something which is exemplary, but there are times when you have not reached that level and the media will cover me in my failure rather than in my success. That would be a misunderstanding. But I want to tell you that the few clients I've worked for are not forthcoming in allowing their outputs to be in the media. I don't understand why. When I did these social theories, I learned that if you work under primitive capitalism, then every time you do something, you are afraid that it may be questioned, where do you get the resources from? Perhaps that's one of the reasons why we don't want our beautiful projects to be shown out there, because the taxman may ask, where did this money come from to build this? So there are all these issues. Then the last one I want to mention is that I think our media industry needs to include us, needs to include engineers, needs to include young professionals. And I have recently spoken to young professionals who are ending their training program in planning and urban design, and then they asked me, so where do we go from here? Because we have completed, but there are no jobs advertised. And I told them, go and make jobs. And one of the areas I told them to make jobs in is to blow the industry so that people can understand what they know. They become the bloggers, they become the ones who are sharing even the projects they have presented to us, and so on. So I think, Chair, I want to say that our construction industry is not involved in the media, and for that reason, they are afraid of that area which would have actually propagated their activity so that they get even more work. That's my understanding, I think, at this point in time.
Thank you, Prof. Let me ask a follow-up question based on what you said. Primitive capitalism, and this relates to perhaps primitive accumulation and lack of ethics sometimes, and corruption in the construction industry. And perhaps this is what we see a lot in the media. When we look at our expressway, questions have been asked about the amount of money that is spent in that just one project. We've questioned, for example, how much it costs to build SGR when our neighbors perhaps spent a lot less with the NAMU project. The same thing happened. And here sometimes we look also at the relationship between the construction industry and NCA, which is the body that brings us here. And the question that I would like to ask, how would you, assess the role of NCA in all this, and the role of experts like yourselves in holding power to account, holding the people that do these projects, the ones who do the tendering, the ones who do the contracting itself. Where do you see your role in terms of holding these people to account, so that we see the industry as professional, as ethical, as a credible industry that the media can deal with, and consequently that negativity can go away?
Thank you very much. I think that is a tough question, and there was a struggle to handle it yesterday here. What is the role of NCA in correcting the industry? That's the way I want to frame it myself. Correcting the industry first, because when in the last, let's say 20 years ago, the JPC, Joint Building Council, used to publish. The Joint Building Council was associated with the professional organizations, with the Ministry of Public Works and so on, used to publish the rates and even prices of materials in the market. Now, I'm not sure that is coming out very strongly these days, and there has been a concern that now the so-called rates per square meter in the construction industry are only used to allow the client to tie himself or herself into a project. But when the project is now prime and the designs have been done and the quantities have been done, the prices normally go up maybe 2-3 times. Now, the challenge could be that NCA has not, and perhaps it's not their mandate, but has not taken that role of making the world know about what our construction rates are at this point in time. And I'm saying that I think for a civilized society like Kenya, we should be able to cost a project and therefore be able to do what you would call pre-project evaluation, so that we are able to know what the project will cost in advance. I am understanding from sources now variations in projects which are in the civil area rather than the private sector. Variations can be as high as 3 times. But in international organizations, if the variations are more than 50% of the initial project, you will have to advertise the project once again. So they are related which I think we have to be very clear that this has to be the role of NCA to publicize and make it known that if you are building a house for the middle income, this is the square meter rate. If you are building for the upmarket, the square meter rate. If you are handling something at the informal sector level, this should be the square meter rate, because they would have done research like this to establish these costs. I think with that, Chair, there should be no reason why me as a primitive capitalist am hiding the cost of my construction.
Thank you. Just a very quick one before I come back to Jim. One of the things that the media in this country and journalists have been trying to do for the last many years is ask for the documents that I think even some MPs have tried to ask for documents relating to SGR particularly. And that information has not been forthcoming. I remember not long ago the CS for infrastructure saying that information is not for public consumption, something like that, maybe not the exact words. And consequently, then seeing that the media is not trusting the state, and the state does not trust the media because it thinks that that information will be used for particular, agendas, or maybe it's someone that is pushing for that information to come out. What do you think would be the role of professionals? As you rightly pointed out, professionals should be at the forefront of demanding actually for some of these figures. But what we know is that professionals oftentimes don't tend to be at the forefront of this type of accountability for transparency.
Is one project I don't know very well, because I think it was done in my absence, and when I read the environmental report, which was done for the SGL being proposed to go through the national park, I thought the SGL was not approved to go through the national park. But then there is another report which also said that it should go through the national park. So there were controversies on that. Now when it came to costs, I can assure you that I was involved where I got all the documents and we were able to establish using that. So in putting all the information for every project, and you should demand that all projects should, besides going to be submitted to the council, they should be submitted electronically so that we can do pre-project feasibility, because this will give us value for money.
Thank you, Prof. I know that there are other meetings that were went to the night. This is my last session, so I thought that we'll get also plenary involved in this conversation. So I'll just one or two questions, two very good questions. I'll ask the plenary to ask the questions to make any comments in relation to media coverage of NCA or media or the construction sector of the industry. The objective is was effectively as communication channel. So I see a breakdown of construction business, maybe starting NCA incorporated, that's incorporated. Purpose assessment, this is a big one. Purpose assessment is based on media reports. Last purpose assessment of the NCA by key retailers and those issues those mentioned. And let me quote some statistics from the NCA Portal Survey of Kenya and this is all done in 2018 according to some support that I saw and this is what they said, that there is a rate and actually reported because of the national building inspector who surveyed 14,895 buildings and 14,895. 10,791 or 72.4%. 1%. Only 2,194 or 14.7%. That's basically like on NCA because the NCA are not making purpose. Maybe not using those words, but because they lack the capacity to enforce, they lack the capacity to ensure the compliance and consequently, those negative image of NCA. So the question is, based on the last two objectives, how do you ensure that there's positive public image? Do you just spin for the sake of spin?
Yeah, good question over there. And let me say that definitely the industry operates in a context. And there are so many dynamics, like we have noted that NCA also it's about interagency, it's also multi-stakeholder, in terms of engagement, and therefore this is huge. But of course they are up to task. So the question is, all these players contribute to the image and perception of NCA, because whenever something happens, everybody's like, how was NCA? And so as an authority, they are the ones who come, in the minds of the public, where are they when all this is happening? And therefore, even when there are other players in the industry who should also be, brought to forth, I mean, it really falls on the, on the hands of NCA to manage all that. And so the question is, as you're asking, how can they improve their perception? Well, one of the things, like I said, is that the industry, if they want there to be improvement of the perception, we're talking about the media, we're talking about the public, and we're talking about any other interested party. And therefore, the challenge here is, how do you ensure that when you come up with regulatory coordination activities, they reach to the target audience so that they understand your mandate, they understand what they are doing, the initiatives. And I think it's not wrong for challenges or even gaps and where mistakes happen to be highlighted. And that's part of life, really. Life is not smooth. But then the concern is what for the public, for the different people who are looking, stakeholders who are looking upon NCA. The question is, then what initiatives are you undertaking to address these identified gaps, sincerely and with all honesty and practically? Because one of the challenges that I have seen, even when it comes to media engagement, and probably I think that's why there is normally a disconnect, and why media and public talk brings about spinning, is that we come to workshops, we go to press conferences, we give nice press releases about what we are doing, what we intend to do, but then there is no follow through, and that's a challenge. And I think it's a Kenyan problem, because we know of other countries, Malaysia, Rwanda, just in the neighborhood, they pick up our policies, they pick up our manifestos and development manifestos and all that, and they're able to implement and they shine. So the question is, with Kenya, with the good brains, with the high qualified manpower, where is the disconnect? And largely it's the issue of you've come with good policies, you've come with good strategies, but how do you implement them? And then do you follow them through? Or is it one of when there's a disaster and then we see NCA moving all over the country and then after that they fizzle out? So that issue of continuity. So as much as we want to get the good stories, there has to be demonstrated actions and follow-throughs of and consistency. You know, and consistency is very important, so that it's not one off, and then again you hibernate and all that, and in the meantime things are going south. So the perception comes because of some actions that either were taken or not taken. And therefore there has to be linkage, so that it's not just all speak. And I know for public relations, you know, whenever you come up with all those good statements and what you're doing, people are like, oh, that's PR. I don't like that statement because PR is a profession, it's not about spinning. But then the question always is tangible, outputs tangible. We want to see NCA biting. You know, some blood being spilled somewhere, some people going inside because of issues of corruption. And this industry, I can say that let's acknowledge the truth is that it's a high-stake industry, lots of interest. And I like what one of, I think the gentleman, I can't remember his name, I think he saw or something, and came and he read that Bible verse. The truth is that the heart of man is always evil, thinking evil. So you come up with policies, you come up with regulations, but then on the other hand, because of business, profit making, everybody is looking, how do I cut a corner? If this construction requires, like, say, 50 million and I'm an investor, and I'm just quoting that for the sake of the example, this is a couple of hundreds of millions. So you're looking at your bottom line profit, how much do I keep for myself? And so what you do is to look at getting substandard materials and all that. So then your role comes in. And I think what lacks is also public awareness and education of the impact and implication. When you showcase that beyond the narrative story of that, the collapsing business, probably the spin would be, how much did that investor lose because of trying to cut corners? And so every person who is thinking of engaging in construction, then you need to look at the other side and tell the public, you know what, if a bridge collapsed like the one that was launched somewhere in Kajiado,
months ago, weeks ago, you saw the kind of floods that there were on the, the road under the expressway. So sometimes you don't have to go very far to get the kind of examples that you need to illustrate the problems that we have. And one of the questions that I'll pose to NCA is, how do you rebrand in such a difficult mediated environment? This is born out of the fact that what we know of NCA is mostly negative. So maybe park that question, and perhaps it will be part of your response, but also intervention. But let me ask Jane a very quick question. because we know that social media has foiled the power of traditional media to some extent. We see the use of the cliched mantra, particularly in the traditional media, the newspapers, the broadcast media of dog bites man is not news, and you know what you referred to earlier. So how do you use, for example, social media to overturn that and ensure that there is some sort of positive coverage despite all the negativity that we see around, given the fact that there is increasing appropriation of social media platforms, and that even NCA, I think, is using social media a lot?
Yes. I think social media has provided an alternative platform whereby organizations can actually now share the kind of information that they would like to see sent to the different publics. And it's very important that that forum be exploited. And maybe one of the questions would be, does NCA even have a social media policy or strategy? You know, because apart from, probably it could be part of the communication strategy, but also really. And when we talk of social media, we're not talking about the vanity, kind of metrics, whereby you see the likes, and the number of followers. I think for this kind of an authority, it's beyond that. We need to have metrics to measure the kind of information that the public demands out there, so that we are able to package it. I'm sure for example, for those artisans, what is out there for them, because they want to be accredited and all that, what the information can they access from your social media? Second, you need just to look at the different audiences so that you take full advantage of that platform. How do you humanize it? In terms of putting some clips, some videos. You could even be doing like on YouTube, training, packaging small videos on training of what needs to be done, by an artisan, either to qualify or to put up a proper construction, and very basic information anyway. So what I'm saying is that it offers a tremendous opportunity, and what probably the downside of it is the issue of fake news, that are also advanced and posted in the media, and so you're likely to have some not very nice information on your platform, but that can be managed. But you need to start thinking of having a serious strategy and coming up with the informative metrics of how you're going to use the forum, so that when you see that you have a million followers, you are not excited because you have these followers. Probably deeper, you want to look at what information are they looking for, and then you're able to upload that kind of information and manage that kind of information.
Jen, just pause right there, and I'm sure maybe there are interventions from the room here, because as I said, I think it's important for us to have that this as a conversation rather than us talking to you. Any hands? Yes, I can see one. Can we have one round and maybe three? So start with right here and then to the back. All right, shall I take it around?
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. Mine is just a comment, and probably the panelists could be able to look at it and discuss. Recently, we had quite a number of videos circulating about the Ukraine-Russia war, and the kind of reporting that we noted, and from the analysts, the bloggers that you've talked about, they were sort of trying to portray the image of the Ukraine-Russia war not as bad as the image of the Middle East or probably Africa. They were trying to make it, for lack of a better word, to sugarcoat the reporting. And this brings me to the question, probably, when we are saying that we are reporting, do our local media probably lack pride of their country? Do they lack patriotism? they lack loyalty. Because what I saw in those videos, because there were very many of them circulating, they are reporting something bad, but they are trying to make it look not very bad, because they want to protect their image as Europe, or they want to protect their image as the white race. I don't know, maybe the panelists could give a comment on the same.
Thank you. Yes.
I'll pose two questions. The first one is, according to you, which strategies do you think the construction industry can adopt in collaboration with the media? And the second question is, the media is tasked to inform, and it also acts as a watchdog to the government and its entities, and also to society at large. But what is the political influence, or what is the influence of the political forces in the kind of information that the media disseminates to the public, with the end goal of the said political forces driving their agenda?
All right, thank you very much. Maybe we have time for one more. Any other? It doesn't have to be a question. It can be a comment. It can be maybe something from NCA itself, NCA leadership, or news of the media. All right, Jane, I think, some of those questions should maybe be responded by yourself, and I'll try at some point to respond. Do we have a patriotic love and media that prides itself in what is happening in the country? Do we have a media that will protect our image as a country and our image as an industry, perhaps? Perhaps Professor Muchache would attempt to respond to that as well. And what strategies do we have from the young lady? And what are some of the influences? I can tell you some of the influences, of course, ownership. When you look at, especially the traditional media in this country are owned by particular individuals. Some of them we know, and they have particular leanings, and that may inform the kind of coverage that they offer to different issues. You look at the political environment right now, and you can almost tell which media house would go which way, despite the fact that they would want to remain impartial, they would want to remain objective, but nonetheless, the public perception, and perhaps this is the word, and this is something that we touched on in the research. Public perception is important. Whenever it is that you're looking at any media house or any organization, the question that you always ask yourself, how is the public going to perceive you based on available information? And how can you then influence that perception, perhaps by engaging in particular strategies? Because those strategies are based on, perhaps this is what Jane was referring to, the communication strategy, the bigger communication strategy, which has a media strategy, which has a branding strategy, which has a PR strategy, which has a social media strategy, will deal with the whole ambit of communication. And as we've said, communication is important in developing and cultivating the kind of relationships that you want to have with key stakeholders, with the public, and various other actors in society. But maybe Jane starts, and then Professor Muchache.
Yeah, I think I would hesitate to compare our media with the media in Russia and Ukraine and all that. And I say that because you need to look at the context of those two countries, and when you look at their historical, I'm not a very good historian. Actually, I never even did history. I thought it was too much information to remember. But when I look at it, you can see, they're coming from communism, a lot of propaganda, and that kind of, I would say, hasn't really died off, and it's just that with some of those countries like Ukraine, which is being seen as more getting support from the West, probably the media is expected to be a bit, a bit liberal, Western oriented. So for us, coming to the context of our discussion, one of the things we must appreciate is that our media has remained quite credible. I think, and Prof can correct me on this, it's been regarded as more credible than even more than the clergy or the church, as source of information and, offering platforms for public discourse, even criticizing the government and the policies and all that. So we haven't seen a lot of political interference. Of course, there are the issues that really come on board, like what I've said, ownership concentrated in few hands, it's business, it's a commercial, and so even in terms of its coverage, it will be guided more by commercial, interest, and probably public interest issues will come next. But anyway, having said that, we can all appreciate that at one point or the other, we have lauded the media for what it has done for our country in terms of exposing corruption, uncovering malpractices, in different sectors. When we see, the other day we saw what was happening in a hospital, where there was even, doctors abusing patients and all that. So, I mean, there are all these issues that have been brought to fore that we can say, well, I identify in that. And even as much as I'm in government, I may shy away because of that kind of suspicious relationship that exists between the media and government anyway, they have done well. So the key probably question now comes to, as NCA, what strategies do you adopt to engage with the media? Some of them have already been highlighted. I don't want to go back to them, but I want to say most of my work, unlike Prof, he's been in the media industry in the media sector as a journalist. For me, I've been on the other side in terms of building the capacity of the media to cover certain issues, whether when I was at AMREF or AMUK and all that. And I can share my experience and say that if you build a relationship with the editors, with the journalists, it's slow, it's painful, there are a lot of suspicions, but like in any other relationship building process, there is always some level of fruit. And where there is also, the sincere desire of sharing, information upright. So I would encourage you to invest in that relationship building with the media. Get a couple of journalists to come and accompany you when you're doing those inspection tours or or some of your work. Invite them to share some of the research that you have undertaken and take time to explain to them what those figures and statistics mean and build a kind of a network of journalists who you can work with. So it's possible, it's doable, it takes initiative, it takes some investment also, capacity building means also resources. So that, many strategies, and that's in addition to what had been highlighted during the presentation. Allow me not to repeat for the sake of time. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. 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 Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll touch just something I saw in the media in Europe regarding the war. There is a journalist, I think he's a German journalist, who took a photograph of a mother and her two children who were shot by the Russians, and they were down, and she was being interviewed by the television, DW, and she was extremely apologetic because she has revealed what they normally don't reveal, or they don't want to reveal, and I think it was put correctly that the reporting of the war there is different from the reporting of a war if it was in DRC or it was in Kenya. So much as we are in the media, and we want sensational information like picking close-ups of somebody who has died in a road accident and crashed into pieces, we should have restraint as media. Now, when we come to our collapsing buildings, I think these videos have not just messed the construction industry for those who are involved. They have messed the construction industry for those of us who are consultants, who are contractors, because if you are competing for a project in DRC or Rwanda, here now you are moving to DRC, you are always seen as the one who will do the one which will come down. So to some extent, we need to report to some depth. But now the strategies for NCA is where I'm interested in. And I've been studying these papers and looking at what can NCA do to come out more positively. In my understanding, the media person who is out there, who is originally trained in social sciences or in criminology or whatever it is not going to dig about, deep into why this structure came down. Is there a possibility that NCA can sponsor some of these quantity surveyors and architects who are here to study with her in the media industry so that they can excel in that area? I know NCA supports training for professionals in our professions in the construction industry, but I think media is a critical aspect of the performance of the construction industry, and therefore if you get a few students sponsored on a yearly basis, these are going to represent us in the construction industry. Now, the other technique I want to share with you is a bit vulgar. It comes from a country where I lived, and there is a pepper there they call red pepper. And I had the fun of being driven by a driver because I was doing supportive work. And the driver was very cheeky. He would always bring me the newspapers with the red pepper hidden inside. Why? Because he knows I will not buy the red pepper because I might be seen. The red pepper has some interesting stories, but not the kind of stories which a bishop like the one who was reading the message here and myself should be reading. But because of that paper, I was able to read the entire paper every day and try to see what else is inside. And some people would put episodes about corruption in that red pepper. But don't go to buy red pepper from Uganda. It's not right. It is there online, but don't buy it. Now, what I'm trying to say is that can we use techniques which can also enable us to have our features read? We have said only 6% are going to be in the media, on the front page, second page, and third page, and so on. Now, if we package our information correctly, let us see whether it can be put on the pages. Packaged correctly. And lastly, I think this conference and this workshop is a year. For me, I've attended now, this is the second year. And I would have expected it to be online. I don't know whether, I know it's online, but is it in the media, direct media? Why not? Because I have listened to very important contributions, some of which will be watered down and which will not come out live. Let this information go to the decision makers so that we can blow up the trumpet until the industry comes on. After all, we control the budget, development budget. Why not control
this information also as we come out very clearly that the construction industry must come out. Lastly, can you package important projects in this country and they come out? You can pay for this. I hear the media doesn't accept unless they are sensational information. The sensational features, they will not accept them without payment. Why not have a paid page where we contribute and put important projects every other season, so that at least we bring out what the NCA, and the NCA will be there, NCA contributed to this and everybody know about it. Then of course, we would have the consultants also coming out, being advertised to without advertising themselves, because they're not allowed to advertise themselves, and the developers also coming out with what they have done, because you never know this will be the marketing strategy. The only things I see are houses for sale in Kitengela and so on, but I never even see who designed these houses. I think I'll leave it at that.
Yes, thank you, Prof. And I think we've overrun our time, but maybe it's just the time for quick intervention, last remarks, and the role of professionals in enhancing the relationship. I think it's something that I've asked. But we know that there ought to be a symbiotic relationship between professionals and bodies such as NCA and the media on one hand. Professionals are sources of information, credible sources of information, credible and reliable. And the media as purveyors of truthful and credible information. How do you think that relationship can be enhanced? Just maybe 30 seconds as part of your closing remarks.
The professionals I know are struggling to survive. This is one thing I can say. And if they are a way of making known their services beyond, we used to say that we are now advertising on the placards which are on the construction sites. But perhaps through the associations, and I saw ISQ is represented here, the AK is represented here. If the professionals could find a way of engaging more deeply in terms of putting our work in the media. I know AK is struggling to do that, and they have been doing it at the Secular Association of Kenya. I think it is important that we come out, because if we don't, then nobody knows very much about what we have done. And lastly, I want to say that I think NCA, if NCA now takes this role as a strong partner of the professionals, and on that page, which I have proposed that they see whether there is a little budget for having the page which is going to advertise important projects and the salient issues which are going, the costing and so on. I think the professionals will find that as a good page to contribute to. They could actually write the features for the NCA to put in these media platforms. The construction sector is a magazine which is circulated by the national organization, and I receive it and I keep sharing it with the various professionals around, because it covers many important projects around, but very rarely do these projects come from, for example, the local industry here. They come from only funded projects, which should not be the case.
Thank you, Prof. And Jane, we know that training institutions ought to play a critical role, and one of the concerns has been that like maybe matters health and like matters economics, sometimes we don't have journalists with specialized knowledge to be able to deeply interrogate matters construction, and consequently then offer credible and reliable coverage or reportage of the issues. What do you think with the role of higher education, particularly journalism schools, in developing this capacity and this talent?
Yeah, I think I would say that it's a high time that there synergy and partnerships are formed, so that the industry also informs what's happening in the academia behind the walls, and
the books in the libraries, to make the studies quite relevant to development issues. And so this offers an opportunity whereby the sector can partner with the industry and come up with some, even if it's short courses, with the journalists, 2-3 weeks. This has been done in other areas in health, when we had the programs that were incorporated in our system, like on HIV and AIDS, among other gender issues, So a lot of opportunity exists. And then probably now, just to maybe final comment, it's important to look at what the concept of return on investment, when you engage with the media, when you do social media, I probably challenge and propose, look at it, what do you gain as a sector, to engage with the media in terms of its contributions to your bottom lines. It's critical to bring that on board. So it's not just on PR, but also even on social media, looking at it from return on investment, because this is a huge and a high investment kind of a sector. So probably when we look at those dynamics, then we'll be able to appreciate the importance of building partnerships with even the media industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Williams. I don't have any other questions, and I think I've overrun my time. But we appreciate you for being attentive, and thanks to the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Joyce. Thank you for the panelists. And I think thanks to us, let's give three claps moja, mbili, tatu, unga. Thank you very much. I think the time is well spent. If you have comments, if you have questions, you can still post us. We can be able to answer them and take on your comments for further improvement. I think now we are more or less coming to the closing session. And I want to take this opportunity to hand over this mic to our general manager, who is present with us here today, to carry on with the rest of the function. Thank you very much.
I was talking to our director, who is seated here, Director Sabini. I was telling him sometimes the authority does a lot, and perhaps there are so many other interventions, but we end up only having the negative aspects, perhaps the collapses and all that, being highlighted by the media. But getting to learn how we can strategically engage with the media for the state for purposes of growing and promoting the construction industry, I strongly believe is a novel idea, and it's an idea whose time has come. Now allow me to say good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Now we are coming to the end of our 2 days here, where we are terminating our NCA Research and Dissemination Forum for the year 2022. We began this program yesterday, and we want to say it has been very successful. I was checking on our social media platforms, especially YouTube, where I didn't expect a lot of following, but I was surprised to see the hundreds of Kenyans who have actually followed us on YouTube, left very important comments in terms of their contributions because they could not have made it to be here. And indeed, this is quite encouraging. I want to believe there is even much more happening on our Facebook platforms, and again also on our Twitter and several other channels that are run by the National Construction Authority. Now, in the course of the 2 days, we have learned a lot, and I want to believe the board and also the management of the National Construction Authority, the conversations that we have had here will greatly enrich our strategies in regards to regulating the industry and fostering its growth, because it's for that mandate that we indeed exist. I take this opportunity on behalf of my CEO, Engineer Morris Akech, who is not with us today because of exigencies of duty, to sincerely say thank you so much to everyone who made time to be with us in the last 2 days. We had our board of directors, and I want to say through the director who is still seated with us here, Director Sakini, sincere appreciations to the board for the support accorded to the management to ensure that this event is indeed very successful. I also want to thank all the government agencies that were present here. We have had universities, our DON, our faculty members. We have had research-affiliated institutions. I can see Kirindi are still seated here, and Kosti. We have had Kenya Bureau of Standards and several other institutions that have partnered with us to make the Dissemination Forum very successful. I want to thank the entire management of NCA and all the delegates that have been seated here. And I single out our panelists who have offered us very good insights in terms of discussing the results that came from our researches conducted in the financial year 2020-2021. And I'm looking forward to seeing us again, either here or in any other facility, discussing the outputs of the currently ongoing research studies. Now, allow me to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to invite you to a very important program of the National Construction Authority. If you look at your programs, just lift your program. We have a very important program, the International Construction Research Conference and Exhibition. The exhibition or the research conference and exhibition is happening on 8th to 9th of June 2020 in Naivasha, and the exact facility will be communicated in due time. The theme for this year's ICOS is transformations for a sustainable, innovative and resilient construction industry. NCA runs this program, and this is a subsidiary research forum for dissemination. The main dissemination forum for NCA is ICOS, which is an international conference and exhibition. And in the past, we have welcomed over 10,000 Kenyans. In a period of 3 days, we have always undertaken it at KICC, and for the first time we are taking it in the spirit of evolution. We are taking it to Naivasha or Nakuru County. We have had several countries participating in this activity. I think in the last one we had over 25 countries, largely Europe and Asia, bringing their materials and technologies at KICC, and several scholars presenting their papers. Now, the beauty of this International Construction Research Conference and Exhibition, we are saying it's a major conference than the one we are currently holding. Why? Because here we discuss research output by NCA. Now, at this conference, we discussed much more than just what NCA has done. We discussed all the research and innovation efforts that are contributing towards advancement of the construction industry in Kenya and elsewhere, so that if Kirby is working on an innovation or on a research, you are given an opportunity to present your paper. The paper will be considered and it will be scheduled for presentation. Yesterday we had a challenge from our director, Mercy, who is the vice chairperson of the board of NCA, on the role of gender and especially minority involvement in the construction industry. And we noticed, for example, at KEPSA, there are already efforts of carrying out research in regard to involvement of women, people with disability, and the youth. And then at this ICOS, for example, KEPSA will be presenting this research output because they are carrying it in partnership with DALBAG and other international funders. And then it's an opportunity created by NCA for KEPSA to come and tell us what they are doing in this space of the construction industry and their efforts. NACOST is also invited, and so is every one of us seated here. I saw some faculty members from Laikipia University, and I think this is the first time actually I was seeing Laikipia University participating in our research programs. Therefore, great accolades for you. But we are saying now Laikipia University should come and present their papers. And so is every Kenyan. We know there is the Media Council. Within Media Council, I know there's a section that deals with research. I've seen within Media Council, they have a research department. Under the Kenya Bankers Association, there is a directorate of research. What are they researching on? And what are the issues that are touching on the construction industry? This platform, ladies and gentlemen, gives us all an equal opportunity to showcase what it is that we are doing towards advancement of the construction industry. The Manufacturers Association, those who are coming up with innovative construction technologies, will be giving you a platform to showcase your construction materials and technologies. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are all invited to register our participation through the Secretariat of NCA. If you at all believe that you could attend or your organization could attend, you're kindly requested you register with our Secretariat. They are seated here, and Engineer Nyakondo who made a presentation here before, I don't know where he is. Yes, he's the head of that Secretariat. He can assist you to register yourself or your organization. So let's partner in this event, and we'll be very grateful going out of Nairobi, all of us together. Now, the other thing, one director, that I was thinking, with your permission, and I have seen Prof, you're saying you have been part of this process. It's the second time you're attending this. Professor Masu, you're always attending this dissemination forum, and you always arrive ahead of everyone else. Actually, I would not be surprised if today your name is the first one on the sheet. I know you will keep telling very well, which is very commendable. We should learn something from you. Now, if you allow me, ladies and gentlemen, can we come up with a forum of all those who attend this forum, this activity? We can come up either with a WhatsApp group to be run by NCA. I've seen other organizations like Kenya doing that. Or we can come up with a Telegram where we can communicate issues that touches on research. And then we can populate this so that we have a big movement of people who believe in research, and we coordinate our activities there. It's purely for this kind of activity. Then I think that kind of a database can be run by Engineer Nakono, and then he can be informing us when there are very exciting things coming in the industry. We agreed yesterday, we are the army that is starting this journey. And together, we shall change the way the construction industry in Kenya operates. With those so many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to once again say asante sana. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the team seated huko nyuma. This is the team. doing the broadcasting. Thank you for all your efforts in pushing this agenda outside through our various media platform. Sincere thanks to the owners of the facility for hosting us here. And then the other thanks, which are slightly above me, will be issued by our director. And therefore, I want to welcome, let's put our hands together, invite our director Sagini, who will close this event for us. Karibu sana director, make some few remarks and close the event. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi.
Thank you, General Manager, U.S. Batu. My name is Kenneth Sagini, Director, NCA. We have come close of this Dissemination forum, which has taken 2 days. It has been a very healthy forum, and I think we have moved forward. We have gained something. There has been a good interaction, and I think in future we'll do better than what we have done today, because we are improving technology and many other things. Therefore, I thank all participants who attended this forum. Thank you for coming. And again, I thank the academia and the professors, the doctors who are here from our universities. They have done good work. And this forum, as you have seen, is from all fields. We have the engineers, the coal surveyors, the architects, the contractors were here, the teachers, the lecturers, and again, it has been a very good forum. Again, I take this opportunity to talk on behalf of our chairman of the board, who was here in the morning. Actually, he got a very important call and left. And again, the other board members, they had another executive and then I thank the NCA fraternity, Key General Manager Kios Matu, MCA Orgesora, Kinyakondo, and all those, in fact, year, and then finally I thank all the contractors who do this work. You came here, and then next time you come more, because I think you are very few. One of the contractors were here. Thank you for coming. And therefore now, I'm going to declare this forum closed. Before closing, I request for one person to pray for us. After prayer, then it is closed. Who's going to forgive? Yes. You raise that up. Stand up. After prayer, everyone will leave his own hour of prayer.
Let us give thanks. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you because of this wonderful time that you've given unto us. That even as we asked of you yesterday that you would start with us and that you carry on with us. And even as we asked of you today that you would also start with us, we are grateful that indeed you have made it a success. You have granted us generous mercies. You have guided the plans. You've been with us even in the discussions. And we want to appreciate you even because of the insights that we have had from this meeting and how it is our humble prayer that even as we continue to reflect even on those deliberations, on those action plans that we have come up with, how it is our humble prayer that all of them, they are going to work together even to see at the end NCA even achieve the mandate, that the impact is going to be experienced by all the stakeholders, even as we desire to play a great role even in building our country. We want to thank you even because of the challenges that have been mentioned. We thank you because it is you who gives the wisdom, and we believe that you are going to give even the wisdom on how to go about them. And even for the successes that have been mentioned, we pray that you are going to help us even to build on them. And we pray that even the unity that you have brought even on board, from those who are practicing, from the academia, from all the parties involved, the way you have united us together, we pray that you are going to keep us together, that together we can be able to achieve the goals that we have set. We want to thank you even because of the plans that have gone even to making this a success. Thank you for the NCA, thank you for the management, thank you for the board of the directors, thank you because of the academia, thank you because of the contractors, thank you because of the trainers, thank you for every party involved. We pray that you remember us in our own areas, even of operation, and we pray that even as we leave this place, that you will dismiss us with your blessings, and that you continue to go ahead of us. That even during this period, even of the campaigns and the elections, we continue to pray that our economy will remain stable and that everything will be peaceful so that our businesses and our goals can also be achieved this year. That even the COVID that you have also even brought down, we pray that gracious Master, you help our businesses even as we recover. We appreciate you and we give you all the glory. And it is in the name of Jesus that we pray. Amen. So thank you and God bless you.
Ulifungua mlango sasa.